To order, it is 5 p.m., Tuesday, October 6, 2020. This is a special business meeting. We are located at the school district building at 6500 57th Street, Vero Beach 32967 for everyone that is watching via YouTube and Facebook. We are located in the Joe N. Idolette Teacher Education Center, and individuals are still welcome to come and join us during our meetings if you would like to come in and sit during the meetings. And also we have overflow out in the lobby and other parts of the building, and we have televisions in those locations. But if you would please stand at this time and join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Yes.
Before we continue, we've tragically lost another student in our district in the past week, and just maybe a moment of silence for that family and our school communities that are grieving right now.
Yes. So at this time, we have tragically lost a student at Sebastian River High School due to an accident over the weekend.
And every time we lose a student, the entire community mourns together. So just a moment of silence.
If we could have a moment of silence for the student and the family. Thank you. So that's just a reminder that that's what we're all here for. We're here for our kids, right? Board members, at this time, we need to adopt the orders of the day. We do not have any consent items, but are there any items that board members would like to add to action?
Mrs. Zork, if I may, I have discussed with the superintendent placing an item on the agenda for the 13th regarding the use of masks in our schools. Today, I think, is a good step forward to have a discussion about where we are and where we need to be, and I'll be listening and using today to help me to make a balanced decision.
Okay. So at this time, I need an approval for the adoptions of the order of the day as is.
Move approval.
Second.
Mrs. Rosario, would you like to speak to your motion?
No, ma'am.
Mrs. Justice?
No, ma'am.
Any further discussion with board members? No? All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? 5-0. Okay, so this is normally we have presentations, but since this is a special business meeting, we typically like to have presentations of students and what's going on in the district, but at this time we're just going to jump straight into our citizen input. We do have 35 emails that we have received. The school district, because of COVID, we are still accepting citizen input. If individuals do not feel comfortable coming to the district and giving citizen input in person, we're still acknowledging that they have valuable input, and those individuals are, it changes every meeting that we have the email address, but for the individuals that had sent us emails, they sent it to Citizen Input October 6th at indianriverschools.org. So if our next meeting is on October 13th, then it will move to Citizen Input October 13th at indianriverschools.org. And we will continue until further notice, receive emails and have it read at the time of our citizen input portion. And then these emails will also be amended and added into the minutes for when we do approve the minutes for this meeting. So tonight what we'll do is we'll dive into the 35 emails that we have received. Were you going to read those, Mrs. Maddox? Okay, and then after that, after we have that portion, we will dive into the citizen input for the individuals that's actually here with us today. And just a reminder, we do have a 3-minute rule that we do have for every citizen input time. And so tonight, because we have so many, I am going to stick strictly to the 3 minutes. So please don't think I'm trying to be rude, but we have to really move through this as smooth as we can.
Mrs. Ork, for your consideration, I don't know if there are people who are here who plan on attending the entire meeting. If maybe we take the people who are present to speak first and then follow up
I'm
with
comfortable going with that as the chair called for it. I mean, I feel like it's important information that everyone needs to hear.
How does the board feel on that? Would you prefer having citizen input? Typically, we've always went email first, but or do board members wish for citizen input that are actually in the audience with us right now?
That would be fine. We give them the respect of
Okay.
they're here and
I think the
hear
same
from
thing,
them.
yeah.
All right.
They came out.
All right, perfect. Very flexible, right? So, Mrs. Maddox, we're going to switch this up this time. So we are going to jump into our individuals that we have our speaker forms for. So the first 3 individuals, we're going to have Dr. Mark Peter, then we have Mrs. Ruth Kowaleski, and then Miss Marissa Bandy. Okay, so Dr. Peter, if you would come to our podium back here. And then we have Mrs. Diagrasta that will notify you whenever the 3 minutes have arrived.
No, that's fine. So my comments will be brief. I'm Dr. David Peter. I'm Chief Medical Officer for Cleveland Clinic Indian River Hospital. Cleveland Clinic Indian River was asked to comment tonight on the issue of masking, and I get it that it's a very charged issue at this time. But the hospital and the Cleveland Clinic, in concert with the Public Health Department, strongly support masking, especially when we're in areas with other people. We also support social distancing. There is a considerable literature, which is not insignificant, which does show that it makes a difference. It makes a tremendous difference. So I think rather than going through a lot of data, rather than trying to review that literature, that was really the stance or the position that we wanted to put out there. It's been an interesting time for the folks who are open to that information, which I'm more than happy to provide. They find it compelling. And for the folks who aren't, it's a difficult thing. If we can't use the evidence as the reason that we do things, then it becomes somewhat more difficult to reach consensus. We care, the hospital cares very much about all of our employees, about all of you in the community. We are absolutely here to serve the community. Dr. Rothman, who's here with me this evening, he runs our hospital medicine group. They are the group that stepped forward and went in and day out, along with our nurses, techs, clerks, and took care of those patients on the COVID floor and in the COVID ICU. I would say that between Dr. Rothman and myself, we've seen more people die of COVID than anybody else in this room. Even if individuals are in a group that's not as at risk, and that might be younger folks or folks who are completely healthy, They interact with people in the community who maybe don't share that same health or who are perhaps aged. So we see this as an important measure. We have stood up in every forum where we can stand up and advocated for masking, advocated for the appropriate physical distancing, and advocated that we try to keep everyone in our community safe. So that's why I'm here tonight, for exactly that reason. I clearly understand that there are many who don't feel that way, and I clearly understand there's many that do.
Thank you, Dr. Peter.
Okay.
Thank you for being here. At this time, we are going to move through all our individuals that we have. This is our board meeting, so if board members at the end would like to ask individuals questions, it will be open to the board members to do so. But I did hear him mention that if anyone has questions, they can contact him and speak to him. Did I, Mr. Peter, or Dr. Peter? How can individuals contact you if they need to?
Again, I will provide those to the board, and then you can distribute them as you see fit. I'm also happy to talk to groups, though.
Okay,
All right.
thank you.
Good evening. I represent Indian River Freedom Coalition's 700 members who asked the school board to please rescind mask wearing and any other medical requirements related to the alleged COVID state of emergency. Simply put, this is disaster fraud. There is no emergency, there never was any emergency, and there is definitely no pandemic. According to the annual tuberculosis death chart from the CDC website dated March 20th of this year, which I've sent to you all, one can easily compare the morbidity and mortality rates of COVID-19 with those of TB. Look at the total death rate to find that 3 years ago it was 6%, identical to COVID-19 virus death rate listed today on the CDC website. This begs one question: why didn't our children wear masks in school for the last 3 years? Today, some U.S. areas have an 8.1% death rate from TB still. The CDC site states they hope to decrease that annual pace of decline from 2018 to 19 to 1.6%. They say, how are they going to achieve this? I quote, "To eliminate TB, we need to expand testing and treatment using partnerships with health care providers." Wow. Did you hear that? No shutting down our schools, our county, no masking our students. Not for tuberculosis, which has the exact same death rate as we showed today in our worst age group. As you can see from this chart, which I also sent you, ages 0 to 19 have a 99.99%, 997% survival rate. Going down, we still have 99% until we hit 70 plus, which is still less than 6%, the TB amount. When we look at that, on October 2nd, the survival rate for COVID is, as we saw, near 100% for most Americans. Ages 70 plus with comorbidities struggle the most. How many of your students and teachers are 70 plus? It seems ridiculous to me that your teacher union is so angry about having to return to work with students on masks when Publix, Walmart, and others have been doing exactly that for 7 months. Why are they so much better than the other essential workers in our community? The total death rates, as you can see here, for the annual years for 2018 to 20 shows that 2020's overall death rate right now, and I've sent this to you, is going to end up being less than 2018 and 19. That doesn't matter whether it's COVID or any other deaths that we're talking about. We have not shown any evidence that there's a pandemic. Please, this clearly reflects we are not in a state of emergency. Public emergencies do not last for 7 months. Please just do the right next thing and remove mask requirements from this fake disaster. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Kowalewski. Let's see. Marissa Bandy? Sorry about. And then after Manny is next, and then Miss Carrie Wilson.
All right. Well, and I think as Ruth was saying, same thing. I think now the evidence is showing that children have such a low virus load, their ability to contract it and spread it is super low, and even the virus itself has got a survivability rate of close to 100%, 99 point some, which is almost exactly at 100% for children, just to remove this mask mandate. It's absurd, and no one's looked at the long-term ramifications of, one, masking our children. What are the health ramifications to having our kids sit in a mask all day long? And then on top of that, what is the psychological ramifications, too, for little children? I have a 5-year-old daughter that I can't even send to school. We pay property taxes in Indian River County to send my child to school. I cannot send her to school because I do not feel safe sending my child to sit there in a mask all day long. How's a 5-year-old going to feel when they can't play, they can't touch kids, they're separated by plexiglass, and have to wear a mask all day long? My daughter, we took one trip on an airplane, and she was on an airplane with a mask on for an hour, 2 hours. She was almost freaking out. She couldn't breathe. She felt terrible. She had a headache, too, afterwards. Now imagine having our kids sit there 8 hours a day with the only mask breaks that you get is to go into a bathroom and tell a 5-year-old child that that's the new norm. It's absurd. All evidence is showing right now that children have very, very minuscule any health ramifications from this. There's absolutely no need to be forcing our children and taking away our freedoms as adults and parents to tell our children what they can or what they should and shouldn't do. There's no reason why our freedom should be infringed on because other people are scared. If we are not scared, we should have the freedom to allow our children to wear a mask or to not wear a mask, period. So I just ask that we remove that mandate and allow us to have the freedoms, again, to control our own children. So we don't all have to be homeschooling our kids, especially if we're paying property taxes to send them to our schools.
Thank you. Thank you. And you'll have to,
Germs all over me.
Manny, how do you say your last name?
Banned.
Ban. With an E.
Yeah,
Yeah, okay.
it's easier. They tortured it when I was a kid, so I just left it at banned. This to me is so simple. We're all Americans. We're all Americans. Freedom is our first and most important thing. Safety doesn't trump our freedom. But beyond that, all these people, like that doctor, you know the question I wanted to ask him? Okay, there's tons of literature. You got tons of literature that says this. There's plenty on the other side because we see it every day. But here's the literature I want to ask him. Where's the literature saying what's the damage that's done to my kids by wearing that mask? Where? Why is that more important? Why is that more important? It cannot be. Aren't our kids more important? It's so simple, it's unbelievable. How is it that, you look at the CDC website, they change every other day. Wear it, don't wear it. Here's the thing. I know there's something out there called COVID-19, but if anybody in here thought it was the bubonic plague or smallpox, we wouldn't be here right now. We wouldn't be here right now. But at the end of the day, even if it was the bubonic plague, are we going to give up our freedom so we don't get sick? Listen, you want to give up that? How about North Korea? How about some place like that? You could be safe as pie. What good does that do you? We cannot tell our kids, I don't want my kid growing up scared, wearing a mask. This is America. I want my kid growing up thinking they could do anything and everything. You put them in a school, you put them away, a 4 or 5-year-old, how are you going to make a kid social distance? Seriously, you're going to have to put them in cages. They're kids. You give them a mask, and they're just going to grow up fearful of everything. This is America. Our freedom is the primary thing. And parents having the decision-making power of whether my kid wears a mask. Think about the basics of, freedom of speech, freedom of religion, freedom, all these things that men and women have died for. How about putting something on your face all day? And somebody could tell me to do that? Seriously? Not the president, not a king, not some any mayor, any place. Just, you got to wear a mask. And we as Americans go, uh-huh. Didn't we just all go like this? Liberty and justice for all? When did that get thrown out? Because I'm going to catch a cold. And my kids, more importantly. That literature, I'm sorry. Another question I would ask that doctor? Not him. I don't have anything against him. Every COVID death or every COVID patient, is the government giving you money for that? I want to ask that question. Don't come up here and tell me, oh, we have tons of literature. Sure, I got tons of literature that says, you know, there's 87 planets. So what? It doesn't matter. What matters is read that Constitution. That's what matters. That flag right behind there. If that doesn't trump all, it stands for nothing. We're putting masks, covering our kids' faces, and telling them they have to. And you're telling me I got to tell my kid I have to do that. That doesn't feel like I live in America anymore. It just doesn't. If you're scared and you want to wear a mask, you can wear a mask. I don't care if you wear a mask to bed. That's your business. It's your house. You ain't telling me how to do it with my kids or my house. That is so basic to who we are that you're telling me if this is anything more.
Thank you, Mr. Pan. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Please think about that and think about the basics of what we want for our kids.
Thank you. After Ms. Wilson, we have Ms. Sarmento, and then Ms. Nobrega.
Hi, my name is Carrie Wilson, and I want to start by saying on September 2nd, I obtained a medical exemption for no face covering for both of my children because both have special needs. My children were not able to go to school with no face covering until October 1st, a month later of the school board abusing their power to keep my kids masked. A meeting where I was told my children's exemptions did not matter to the board because wearing a face covering was more important, and this was the position of the board. As a parent who loves her kids, this pisses me off. Anyone with the intelligence to actually go and look at what is really going on here should be over this by now. For you, it's money. For me and all the people sitting in here against this, it's about our family and their health. I want to point out again that if a parent back in January wanted to mask their children, it would have been considered child abuse. I also want to point out that this is illegal to require a medical device to be on a child's face when entering school without parent consent. Not one of you on this board has or had any permission from me or any of the parents in this room to keep a medical device on their face all day. These schools are not going to be able to keep kids socially distanced when more kids come back. So does that mean that the kids are going to have masks at recess again? Let me tell you, my 10-year-old the other day in school had a boy her age say to her that she's going to die without a mask on. Or another group of girls taunting her and asking her if she's a Trump supporter because she doesn't wear a mask. This is a world divided, and this isn't helping anything. Did you know that a state of emergency is meant to last 28 days? And here we are 6.5 months into an emergency. Did you know the definition of an emergency is a serious, unexpected, and often dangerous situation requiring immediate action? The entire state is now open back up, and this is no longer classified as an emergency. Yet here we are again, fighting for our kids to breathe without a face covering. I will continue to fight with these people in this room until this nonsense stopped. I am a proud member of the Indian River Freedom Coalition with over 700 members, and there are other awesome groups in here that are helping us fight just as hard. I am pushing with the school petition with about 300 and plus signatures, and I will continue. And I have emailed you some of this. Thank you. I'm against it.
Thank you. Ms. Sarmento?
All right. So I'm just going to read this so I can go fast. All right, so I am Carissa Sarmento, and I am here to assure you that children can and eventually will go back to school without a mask. I have 4 children that have been back to school since August 24th without a mask and in a normal classroom setting. They all eat lunch together, they go to PE together, they have recess together. We have had not a single case, not a single issue, no belly aches, nothing. Where was I? There have been extensive randomized controlled trial studies and meta-analysis of these studies which show that masks and respirators do not work to prevent respiratory influenza-like illness, including COVID. The CDC website states that masks are not personal protective equipment. The CDC also states that the use of masks in an educational setting present challenges, particularly for young children and students with special needs. So are they gonna be allowed to have exemptions or not? That's gonna be a huge question. Sending our children to school is going to expose them to this virus with or without a mask. Like you said, your county commissioners haven't even passed a mandatory mask mandate here. So you can take your child to Publix or Walmart and buy them toys, but they can't go to school and play as children. Your parks are open. They can go play at the park. Why can't they go to school? The only thing masks do is make the children touch their face even more frequently. Not only that, now you have children trading masks. I know this personally because it's happened. I've been in the schools. Sally came in with a blue mask. Brittany wanted her blue mask, so now Sally and Brittany have traded, germs and all. Don't you think a more plausible explanation would be reiterating cleanliness and hand washing like we should have been doing our entire lives? Maybe students should have hand sanitizer for their own person, or maybe the teacher should distribute hand sanitizer as they see fit. There are many other effective options than mandatory masks. You should not be able to take that option away from a parent, nor should you want to. We're the parents. We should be able to decide what is best for our children. There's virtual school options for the parents of children with family members that do have pre-existing conditions, because like the doctor stated in here before, these children, they're gonna go to school. They're also gonna be out roaming around your city where you don't have a mask mandate. Nowhere in y'all's list of responsibilities does it state that you get to dictate our children's health. I'm also emailing my petition that I have with over 1,000 signatures of parents against masks, specifically in our school system, which is public record, so anybody can go and get that. So again, I'm against this. I have been. My kids are in school. They're not wearing masks, and we're fine. And all your students could be as well.
Thank you. Ms. Nobrigas, and then Mr. Allen.
Hi. I support optional masking. In our state, all restrictions on restaurants and other businesses have been lifted, and so have local fines against people who refuse to wear masks after the CDC released the new survival rate. Firstly, we know that wearing a mask offers little, if any, protection from infection. When you take into account the inflation of numbers of deaths, it is significantly less deadly than the flu. Expanding a mask protocol may reduce the transmission of anxiety over and above whatever role they may play in reducing transmission of the virus. The physiological effects of breathing elevated CO2 includes changes in visual performance and headaches. The psychological effects include decreased reasoning and alertness, increased irritability, headaches, dizziness, and short-term memory loss. My daughter has already suffered from several of these effects listed. And in good conscience, I cannot allow her to be forced to wear a mask in school. In fact, all directives related to mandatory masks so that our children may receive a public education are wrong, and you know it. To mandate this based off of the opinion of public health representatives and groups who support a mask mandate is a severe overreach. It overrides our ability to make decisions for our minor children. It would imply that it is necessary for governing bodies to play a paternalistic role by mandating decisions they think are best. To leave us no option for masks in our schools for our children is a violation of conscience, and it leaves a wide open door for unnecessary government interference. A blanket mandate for students to cover their face and comply with a mask in schools will have a profound consequence for the community, socially, economically, and medically. The evidence that has been presented since the beginning of this thus far by way of CDC and the media, as far as children are concerned, is that they are not a high-risk group. In fact, 2 children overseas collapsed and died while wearing face masks in a gym class. I think it's safe to say this county doesn't want that kind of problem on its hands. Give us optional masks in the schools for our children.
Thank you. And I apologize, it's Ms. Allen, Ms. Chris Allen. And then Ms. Jennifer Pippin. And then Mr. Daniel Edward.
Hi, I wanted to start off by, I guess, kind of making comment to what one of you said last time, where the percentage positive was 9%, and that it can easily go up and down. And I really, you know, I'm a math person, I'm an engineer, and I know you think it might be easy to go up 1%, but you have to realize that that's the 9% average overall. It's not within the week, because if you look at weekly, it's about 4.3. Look at yesterday's, it was 4.2. And to, I guess, answer your question, you would have to have 454 people test positive at a 100% rate to be able to get above the 10%. That's apparently a magical number for everybody. Secondly, I wanted to mention that talk about my speech. I'm sure most of you heard about the Supreme Court decision in Michigan regarding the governor's pandemic powers, but did you happen to read the statement from the Department of Justice regarding the ruling? It said, "The Constitution does not permit any public official unlawfully to restrict our liberty. All public officials must respect the right of the people to govern themselves at all times, especially during a crisis." So what happened not just to your employee rights, to the rights of the parents? You took those away from us. You took away our choice. Like, yes, you say when social distancing is not there, but guess what? When school is at 100% rate, there will be no social distances. Schools are made to be a lot of students in there, especially per classroom. And actually, if I recall correctly, teachers usually complain about how many students they have in their classrooms. So let's see. The next part I wanted to talk about the divisiveness of the masks and some of the teachers who have complained online. I know one of the instances I found, all of these to my understanding have been resolved, but in general, it shouldn't be happening at all. Teachers should not be, wishing Trump supporters death, should not be calling us pigs, because I'm not a pig, and who cares who you support as a president? That's your own choice as an American. There was a teacher, Leslie Merritt, she basically went against the school board recommendation about social distancing and said, if you come in my classroom, you wear a mask, period. My classroom, my rules. You don't like it, too bad. So from the beginning, you had teachers already mentioning that. There was the teacher who called all of us pigs, well, me pig, and also the Sebastian River High School teacher. He was quoted in the article saying, should that mask requirement be rescinded, he and his wife will take time off. So what about the doctors? What if they wanted to take time off too? Like, we would all be on the streets lying dead because we need them. The teachers are essential workers, and that comes with a responsibility. That's up to you. You decided to be a teacher. You decided to educate students, and as an essential person, you should realize that they are above how you feel and how scared you are.
Thank you, Ms. Allen. Ms. Pippin?
Hi, good evening. My name is Jennifer Pippin, and I've been in the healthcare field for over 2 decades, and also working in the operating room wearing masks for work. So I'm not just speaking on a personal level, because I do have 2 children in the school district. I'm also speaking on a professional level. And again, I wish I would have gotten a chance to speak to Dr. Peter, because my question to him would have been, when have you ever worn a mask for a virus in a healthcare setting, or your student wearing it ever for the swine flu, norovirus, rhinovirus, influenza? The answer would have been never. Have you ever gone to a doctor's office and they wore a mask for virus protection during flu season when you go for your annual checkup or if you're sick? The answer is no. The Indian River County School District has over 17,000 students, and let's just say 50% are in school for option 1. I'm not sure of the exact numbers, but let's just say 8,500 students are in school right now. The percentage of positive coronavirus tests for the first 6 weeks going into 7 weeks of school is 0.0025. That does not require a mask mandate. It does not require a mask mandate. This is not an emergency. How many times have we asked students to wear it for influenza, rhinovirus, norovirus in past times? We haven't. We never have for our children. I know that you're getting your numbers from the health department because I've called and emailed multiple times. What I have today is the Indian River County dashboard is from yesterday. I apologize, it's not from today. I did work all day, literally changed in my car and came here. We are at 8.9% positive. The county wants a target range of under 10%. I'm not sure if you're aware of that. 1 week during this entire pandemic, we've been over that 10%, and that was the peak in July. We have not been over that target range the entire pandemic. As of right now, there is 10 patients in the hospital for COVID, only 1 in the ICU. We had 157 people tested today for the virus, and the total negative cases in our county, 33,869. You never hear that. You hear the positive cases. Let's look at the negative cases and how many times people have tested negative for this virus. Miranda Hawker has lied multiple times with the health department. She has lied at the county. She has said multiple things that were not true. She said that they're not retesting anybody. The FDOH confirms thousands of people have
Ms. Pippin,
retested.
I appreciate.
Thank you. I vote optional masking, please, for our school students.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Edward? I'm sorry.
That's okay. All right. That's a little intimidating, huh? We can all agree that these are unprecedented times. I'm 55 years old, and I've never experienced anything like this in my lifetime. Fear is a powerful tool. I think we're all being exposed to that fear. And being a firefighter, paramedic with Palm Bay for 24 years, I've seen my share of fear. I believe the disease was here a lot longer than when they initially announced. That's my opinion. But I can tell you, when the media started focusing on this and imprinting that fear in us, we saw a rapid decline in transport. From March, April, and May, I can tell you I was sitting at my station with no calls. We weren't taking anybody to these hospitals. So I started questioning this. Did people just suddenly stop getting sick? You know, they didn't need 911 anymore? No, fear. They're afraid to go to these hospitals. They're afraid of this disease. Because of why? Because what we all witnessed on the television. Propaganda, imprinting, false data. You know, whatever side you're on, there's data to support either way. But we have to, what I would appeal to you is to question the data and look what's going on around us in our neighborhood, our situation. I feel like people, adults in this situation, are being cowards. Okay, we want to protect ourselves and harm our children. We don't do that. When do Americans do that? I was taught you protect children. Okay, you protect women. You protect the elderly in that fashion. That's what I was raised to believe. And I'm ashamed at what I see my fellow citizens doing, living in fear. So all I would ask is that you question the data, give people choice, because that's what America's all about. We've always been about choice. I don't have anything against anyone that wants to wear a mask, but I've seen people get ugly and nasty against people that don't want to wear a mask, which I get because of, again, the fear factor. We're seeing our children do it. Another thing, too, being a firefighter paramedic, is I question why OSHA doesn't step into this. OSHA regulates PPE, and yet we're forcing it. PPE, you can call it clothing, but we're forcing it on people without OSHA stepping in at all. Why are they silent? Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Rick Allen? And then Sandy Campine? Okay.
Hi, I'm Rick Allen, and I'm here representing the We the People Indian River County group, and I am opposed to mandated masks. I'm for choice, always for choice. I don't really have anything more to add. You're hearing the data. We've been here before. We've talked about all this stuff before. You know the data. The doctor says there's data that prove that masks work. I haven't seen it. I can find tons of information from 2009 right through till September of this year that's published reports that are peer-reviewed studies that say, inconclusive, masks are not effective against preventing or stopping a spread of a virus, especially this virus. So I would implore you to please remove the mandate, allow for choice, allow the parents to have the right to choose what's best for their kids. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sandy Campiglia, and I'm going to piggyback off of a couple people in here. I've known Jen for quite some time now. I have an extensive 9-year pharmaceutical background, specifically 2009, April 21st, when the first case of H1N1 was isolated in the United States. I was on the forefront of that. I was in pharmaceuticals, and we did not do this. We didn't shut an economy down. We didn't mask our children. We didn't close down schools. We didn't have this fear of, as people say, propaganda, right in our faces. The bottom line is this. If masks were about saving lives, we would be doing this every flu season, right? That's what this is about. And far more children are affected by the flu than they are by COVID. And we have the numbers, we've got the data. I was there present when Hawker presented her information at the county commissioner meeting. She couldn't describe what a PCR test does. I used to sell them. I'm very familiar with those machines. I'm very familiar with their amplification cycles. 33 is the limit. You go over 40, you're gonna get positive tests, okay? My son has clinical psychotherapist, clinical diagnosed with PTSD and underlying anxiety disorder from child abuse from his father. Okay, I have full custody. The case ended November 1st of 2019. And sending my child to school every day in a mask was like sending him back with his father when he was forced to do so. Okay, this is a trigger, and he is scared. He doesn't understand, and he's not the only child, I'm sure, that's gone through things like this. So this isn't about me, and again, I'm also one. If you want to wear a mask but to protect yourselves, by all means. My parents do. I have stage 2 COPD, but I'm not gonna live my life in fear. I know I've been hospitalized from viruses before in the past with pneumonia. This is no different. But to mask our children with no scientific evidence, and instead we're using them as a science experiment, I have a very hard time rationalizing any of this. These are our children. They don't understand what's going on. They are being told one thing. My child begs me every single morning, when is it going to be that I don't have to wear this thing? I can't breathe. He was taking bathroom breaks to go into the bathroom to take his mask off so he wasn't ridiculed in front of the class. The school board, they have his records. They have his clinical discharge summary. They have all of the stuff that I have just mentioned. And again, it's not just my child. It's a healthy child. My nieces have asthma. They're being forced also as well. This should be an option.
Thank you. Miss Larissa Pelican? Thank you. And that is our last citizen input that's present.
Hello, my name is Larissa Pakalin, and I'm a mom of kindergartner here in Indian River County. I apologize for my English, and before I start, I want to thank you for your attention to my emails. I sent many emails over these 2-3 weeks, and I was really happy to receive an answers. I appreciate your attention, and thank you for the communication. In fact, one question that I have asked remaining without an answer. According to Governor DeSantis' exclusive order number 20244, dated September 25th, 2020, paragraph 4, the school board is now prohibited from enforcing fines and/or penalties for any COVID-19 related mandates. Local governments cannot collect fines and fees on any individuals, including enforcing mask mandates. Dr. Moore answered me via email that the state order does not impact board-approved school reopening plan. I understand it doesn't impact, but it's directly impact any fines or fees or other punishment for violating COVID-related mandates. Basically, the masks and social distancing mandate could be held by school district, but there should be absolutely no fines or penalties for violations. So we have in hand a school mask mandate that not necessary to be followed up. Because this making, basically it makes wearing a mask voluntary right now. That's up to everyone when it will be finished. And I want to ask, as I asked it in my emails, it did not receive any response. If I send my son, if my son will to go to school tomorrow with no mask, due to DeSantis' new orders, according to Governor DeSantis, no actions can be taken against him. So I would like to school district clarify this question. And I still have a time, and I want to say thank you to Mrs. Tiffany Justice. I'm sorry if I say wrong. You were the first who bring up this question, and from me, sincerely, from many parents, I sent you an email with thank you. I don't know if you received it or not. From me, personally, and from many parents in Indian River County, we just want to say your thank you that you bring up, that you wasn't worried to bring the subject that many people are worried now. Thank you so much. Thank you for your attention tonight.
Thank you. Kristen? So how are we going to rotate back and forth? How's it going to work?
We'll each read a few, if that's okay with the
Okay.
board.
Yep.
Okay. And we have one email from Ms. Kobleski, who was also here in person and spoke. Would you please direct me as to how we should handle that?
It's one per individual.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I mean, it states in board policy, each person can speak for 3 minutes. It's citizen input. You can each also speak to additional action items. So if there was an action item, you'd be able to speak to it, but I apologize.
Okay.
It's two
So-
individual.
So it's and or, but it's not both. Oh. No. Go ahead, Kristen.
Okay. From Debbie O'Brien, masks should be required in school to protect everyone on campus and in the community. The continued rise in cases in IRC are proving the need, which should continue until a treatment for everyone is available. To do anything less would be negligent. From Tess Whalen, according to a very recent poll, over 50% of people surveyed said they would probably change their own behaviors after learning that Trump became ill with COVID-19. Fully 1/2 of Republicans said they're more likely to wear a mask. 84% of Americans said face masks are effective, and we already know that preteens, teens, and young adults are the most likely spreaders of COVID. So why would we even consider eliminating the school mask mandate, especially in light of the coming of snowbirds and holiday gatherings, and predictions of nearly 200,000 more dead people by year's end? One would think that community leaders such as yourselves would be tightening restrictions, not loosening them. From Nicole Campanelli, dear school board trustee, I am one of Manhattan parents who have been given no voice so far. I am one of the parents who have seen the data that says our children have near zero risk for illness or death from COVID. I can share about 10 more studies on masks that says our children, I can share about 10 more studies on masks being unhealthy to people's health. If you are interested, please just request and I will send them all over to you. I would like to appear Tuesday for the emergency meeting, but I cannot as my infant son ended up with a cold, had respiratory issues, and was admitted to the Nemours Children's Hospital in Orlando last week. So let me start out by saying that all spring and summer, during the shutdown, my 7-year-old and myself, who was pregnant, did not wear masks and still had a great extended summer break, meeting with our friends for play dates, and never had such as a sniffle. He goes back to school for 3 weeks where he's masked up all day and comes home one Friday congested. Obviously, he overcame his common cold throughout the long weekend because we naturally build his immune system daily, but he passed this cold on to me, who recovered after 3 days, but I then passed it to my 1-month-old infant son. If masks worked, my son would not have come home from school with a cold. So seeing this happen in my home, they do not work. Yes, my infant son could have caught rhinovirus from his father, who is an essential worker. He also wears a mask all day at work, or when we went to the grocery store where everyone is masked up. But the reality is a virus must run its course. That is for COVID as well as any cold. There are plenty of studies showing that masks are dangerous to our health. One of which I included says, the widespread use of cloth masks by healthcare workers may actually put them at increased risk of respiratory illness and viral infections, and their global use should be discouraged, according to a UNSW study. Cloth masks dangerous to your health. I have also included the following study done on how a mask may also cause respiratory distress and become a hotbed for microbes to thrive. Please unmask our children in school. Masks cause more harm than they do help anyone, except people who are terrified and live in fear now that the mainstream media has scared them to death. My 90-year-old grandmother told me that I should wear a mask in my home so I do not get the baby sick ever again, and that is absolute insanity, and she's been brainwashed thinking health comes from a cloth mask you had made off Etsy. Please let us parents have the option to choose if we would like them in masks all day or not, while sitting at their desks, which are socially distanced and away from other desks, because I have seen the classroom set up. I'll end with this thought for you. Why is it that as adults we can go out to dinner at a restaurant with our friends whom we do not live with and sit at a table to eat and talk, obviously not 6 feet apart? This is from Larissa Pakalin. Hello, school. That was you. I'm sorry. Thank you. This is from Jamie Gusev. Good evening. Thank you to taking the time out to hear this email. I'm writing as a concerned parent of a child who attends Indian River County School. I'm against mandating masks in our schools. There has been decreasing cases in our county. Today, while shopping at our local Walmart, they now have a sign recommending not mandating masking for customers. Our local hospital has moved down their safety alert. My youngest daughter attends daycare in our county where the children are not wearing masks. To date, there has been no outbreaks of COVID-19. I do believe this should be a parent's choice whether or not we want our children to wear masks. This was never an option for us while signing up for school learning for our children. We were told it was only for busing. Please let our children have as much normalcy as possible during these times. Again, thank you for taking the time out to listen to parents. This is from Kate Olesic. To whom it may concern, with regards to mandatory mask wearing in Indian River County School District, my husband and myself, along with many other parents and families, are deeply concerned for the health of our children, the psychological connection with their teachers and peers, and the unnatural practice of masking all day. This is not good for children with vulnerable health, and it's deeply upsetting to my daughter, who hates the coronavirus and everything about it. She cries, saying, "Am I going to die?" This mandate is disruptive to the blissful innocence of childhood and their natural learning process, as well as their development of friendships and facial recognition and interpretation. Please unmask our children. From Carrie Wilson, Columbia County. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Go ahead. We'll continue through this, and go ahead.
From Heather Rings, absolutely, I'm in favor of keeping the mask mandate in place. I'm a parent of 4 kids, and my children also believe in masks as needed safety measure. From Helen Glenn, hello, I would like the school mask mandate to remain in place. I have 2 children in school. Thank you. From Sarah Erickson, hello, I am a school district employee and a parent of children in the school district. The current mask regulation in place in our public schools need to stay in place. Transitional students are coming back and students are having more interaction on campus. Why would we choose this time to lessen mask rules? Please make the right choice, keep masks in place, and keep the employees and children as safe as possible during this time. Thank you. From Nicole Mosbleck. Dear SDIRC school board members, I ask you to please retain the current policy of requiring masks for students when social distancing is not possible. I only came back into the classroom this year because masks would be worn as a safety precaution. I have classes with up to 29 students in them, one less than I have in normal years. Social distancing is largely impossible in my classroom. As it stands, our district is already in opposition to the CDC guidelines for COVID prevention, which state that masks are not a substitute for social distancing. I am not alone in this opinion. I know teachers who are looking into how much vacation time they have if the situation arises where they need to face a classroom where masks are only considered optional. If the issue of wearing masks will be discussed tonight, please include only references to actual peer-reviewed science and publish CDC guidelines for wearing masks, such as those that are referenced below. Public health experts do not dictate policy, but their expertise and communication of the most up-to-date science should be considered paramount to statements of those motivated by personal agendas or falsehoods. I've heard a reference by a school board member to wearing masks as only a recommendation by the CDC. However, it is also simply recommended that we prevent infection through hand washing, social distancing, checking for symptoms, and cleaning and disinfecting surfaces. Why should we consider one recommendation any less important than the others, just because it may be less convenient or uncomfortable? I sincerely hope that we can all accept some humility in realizing that erring on the side of caution and continuing to require masks in schools can only help us all resume some semblance of normalcy sooner by minimizing widespread viral transmission. As both teacher and parent, I also implore you to consider continuing the traditional model at least through the end of the semester. For my students, they would essentially be forced to return to school if they wish to continue with this course, where their health may be in serious danger due to a pre-existing condition or posing as a threat to a close family member. As there is no local virtual option, they must choose to come into school, take the course through FLVS, or drop the class, wasting hard work they've invested these past 7 weeks. None of these options would be best for their education, as our district has promised. The district communicated to parents that the transitional model would continue while conditions are unsafe. With an upward trend in weekly new COVID cases, as well as 2 positive cases at the VBHS campus in the past 2 weeks, I find it hard to argue that viral transmission is markedly improved. Finally, my own son has been fortunate in having an amazing, enthusiastic teacher for his transitional 2nd grade class. Those teachers who are making the transitional model work deserve the opportunity to reach those students in this unique environment until it is truly safe for students to all return. Thank you very much for your time and the work you do for the district. This is from Susan O'Toole Evans. I'm a retired pediatrician who served this community from 1990 to 2016. I implore you to continue mandatory student mask wearing for the safety of the students, staff, family members, and the community of Indian River County. We know masks are consistently our best practice as a preventative measure versus COVID-19, along with frequent hand washing and social distancing. Let's continue to follow science and slow the spread of COVID-19. Sincerely, Susan O'Toole Evans, MD. From Tiffany Lilliquist, as a parent of SDIRC students, I vote for optional masks. There are many reasons I do not want masks to be mandatory. We, as parents, understand the need to help others. However, that is why they should have the option to wear a mask if they feel they need to. From Amy Gomez. First, I want to thank you again for the due diligence that you as a board and the superintendent did when forming the policies and procedures for our teachers, staff, and students to return to school this fall. I was impressed by the work that you all did and feel that you developed a well-thought-through, science-based plan considering the safety and welfare of everyone. There has been a recent push to make the wearing of face masks in the schools optional. I ask you to consider the wealth of scientific-based evidence that supports face mask use when proper social distancing is not possible. The American Academy of Pediatrics even goes so far as to say that effective infection control and prevention requires the use of a cloth face covering from the American Academy of Pediatrics. The CDC recommends that people, including teachers, staff, and students, wear masks in public settings as able when around people who live outside of their household, especially when other social distancing measures are difficult to maintain. The list could go on and on of reputable science-based organizations that have listed that face masks should be required in schools, but I am sure you are being inundated with emails, so I will stop at just 2. I ask that you continue to require face mask usage as we continue to tread through unknown territory with this virus. The transitional education plan students are going to soon be attending brick and mortar school, making social distancing even harder to do so. It would be reckless to go against the recommendations of the CDC and the American Academy of Pediatrics for school reopening and would endanger students, staff, and teachers. Although our virus infection rates are going down, there are still new positive test results daily. I do not want my son to attend the brick and mortar school if face masks were optional, and due to the problems that have riddled the transitional virtual platform, if this would even be an option. I would have no choice but to pull my son from the Indian River County School District and enroll him as a homeschooled student through Florida Virtual. Please consider the science-based evidence, not opinions, when making your decision. I'm not finished, but we're going to swap for a minute.
From Micheline Elward, dear school board members, I am aware that you are very up to date with all the statistics and science when it comes to the masks in schools issue. My daughter has recently been tested for COVID-19 because she displayed signs of a common cold, which I then came down with. Obviously, the mask did not help, but we did what we needed to do to ensure the safety of everyone. My biggest concern is safety in our schools during the current climate. Every time we have had an incident, procedures were put into place to keep our schools safe. There is still no guarantee, but it is supposed to make us more comfortable sending our kids. I have a real concern with the mental health of students and teachers, as well as anyone inside the student's household. Families have been devastated by shutdowns, not being able to pay bills, causing stress at home. Teachers are concerned because they feel like they will get sick, most likely from a student, which is a heavy burden for a student to carry, mask or no mask. I have seen posts from teachers and spoken to many that feel this way. However, it is the extreme behavior concerns me. The perfect example is the sub that made the text in reference to pig Trump supporters. These people are in front of our children, and honestly, it's just a matter of time before this behavior shows up on campus. Now, we have students in households with different political views. These are not just differences of opinions, but very volatile arguments costing people relationships with loved ones and friends. Unfortunately, the kids are hearing and witnessing these arguments and are forming opinions themselves based off what they hear at home. This information is then taken to school. While I know we can't completely control the subjects being brought up in school, we do have an issue with politics, Antifa, BLM, etc., and then take into consideration what is seen on social media. I did watch The Social Dilemma, and it was quite eye-opening. I encourage you to do the same if you haven't already. I have already heard from my daughter about a teacher that allowed a conversation to take place in a classroom regarding BLM. I also have a friend whose daughter was approached in a middle school bathroom regarding her view on politics, and she felt very uncomfortable. Any child, teacher, or person can walk onto campus with a mask and a weapon in a concealed manner and most likely never be questioned. There will be weapons in households that have never had them before. These same households may not provide the protections needed to secure these weapons. Weapons and emotions do not mix. I was always for having metal detectors or some type of x-ray machine to scan backpacks for these types of contraband. I am also for bathrooms being monitored or at least being checked more frequently. Unfortunately, as much as we'd like to not have to do these things, this is the world that we live in currently. Masks are a distraction. Masks make all of the other things more possible and likely. Make them voluntary. If you are asking everyone to stay masked, I'm asking that you come up with a way to identify. From Terry Parker, as a special area teacher, I am truly concerned about masks being optional. My husband is high risk, and I need to have students wearing their mask in my room to keep me and my husband healthy. We need to keep the teachers' safety in mind. Don't be selfish. From Amy Brown, dear members of the board, I have been an educator in this district for 20 years. I am also the mother of an elementary and a high school student who are both currently enrolled as Option 1 students. If masks are made optional, I will no longer feel that you are providing a safe working environment and learning environment for myself or my children, and I will be forced to move them out of the learning environment in which they are currently thriving. My children are willing to wear a mask to keep their peers healthy. I ask you, why then should they have to be the ones to sacrifice their education because others are unwilling to wear a mask to keep others safe? I am also this district's art coordinator. I have spoken with the majority of this district's art teachers regarding masks. All of the teachers that I have spoken with are afraid for their health and safety and will no longer feel comfortable in their current situation if masks are made optional. It is your responsibility as a school board to provide a safe working and learning environment for all students and staff. Therefore, it is your responsibility to keep the current mask mandate in place for everyone's continued health and safety. Thank you for your time, Amy Brown. I might say this one wrong. This is from Gokin. Oh, okay. From Shane Stanzel. Members of the school board, my name is Shane Stanzel. I am an Indian River County resident. Although I am not a district employee or a parent, I am a concerned citizen. I have been following coronavirus in this county since it started, including in our schools. And I find it alarming how many cases are in our schools among students and staff, as well as how many are quarantined. I believe that mandatory social distancing in schools should be enforced, and those who do not follow it should be punished accordingly. I also believe that masks should be mandatory in schools, and those who refuse to wear a mask should be suspended because they are putting their health and the health of others at risk by not wearing a mask. I agree with allowing parents before the start of the school year to choose remote learning for their children, but believe that should still be an option, and they can pull their kids out of traditional learning and go to remote learning at any time they choose. However, I believe the more responsible approach for
I'm sorry,
this...
but we're going to have to not have any interruptions while we're reading the citizen input. We can agree to disagree, but let's just hold our comments to ourselves, okay, so we can get through these.
However, I believe the more responsible approach for this district is to take is to close the schools and everyone go to distance online learning until the threat of COVID-19 is over. I believe it is the only real way to stop the spread of the virus to our students and school district employees. Please, I urge you to do the right thing for the sake of our students, staff, and other school district employees, as well as families with people in the school system. Respectfully yours, Shane Stanzel. From Royston Hunt, to all, concerned parent of a second grader. I would like to express my position, a strong no on the mask mandate, that they no longer be mandated in the Indian River schools. A licensed medical professional is the only person qualified to give medical advice, including the advice to wear a mask, which negatively affects the respiratory system, neurological system, and immune system. Practicing medicine without a license is an offense punishable by law. There is no law in Florida or on the federal level that requires a person to wear a mask. Guidelines are not laws. Then there's a cited world's top epidemiologist, masks don't work. If masks work, why don't they work? Why masks don't work. The coronavirus is spread through tiny micro droplets emitted through coughs and sneezes that float through the air or rest on surfaces and can remain infectious for several days. Standard flat surgical masks don't give full coverage, so very small droplets suspended in the air can still get through. If a person's hand has come in contact with the virus and they touch their mask to adjust it in the vicinity of their eyes, nose, and mouth, it can transmit the disease. Masks get saturated with moisture from the mouth and nose after about 20 minutes, Once they're wet, they no longer form a barrier against viruses trying to come through or exit. Science says healthy people should not wear masks. Masks reduce intake of oxygen, leading to carbon dioxide toxicity. Germs are trapped near your mouth and nose, increasing risk of infection. Wearing a mask causes you to touch your face more frequently. There is no scientific evidence that supports healthy people wearing masks. Masks obscure your facial features and impede normal social interaction. Masks make it hard for hearing impaired people to understand you. Masks symbolize suppression of speech. Conclusion regarding that masks do not work. No RCT study with verified outcomes shows a benefit for HCW or community members and households to wearing a mask or respirator. There is no such study. There are no exceptions. Likewise, no study exists that shows a benefit from a broad policy to wear masks in public. More on this below. Furthermore, if there were any benefit to wearing a mask because of the blocking power against droplets and aerosol particles, then there should be more benefit from wearing a respirator, N95, compared to a surgical mask. Yet several large meta-analyses and all the RCT prove that there is no such relative benefit. Masks and respirators do not work. And there are some cited websites here. Thank you, Royston Hunt. From Kelly Peace, I am a resident of Indian River County with 3 school-age children. I am opposed to mandatory masking in school and think it should be optional for staff and children. Thank you, Kelly Peace. From Cynthia Rinaldi, please keep requiring masks in schools. This is vital to the health of teachers, students, their families, and the community. Case in point, the virus has spread to the President and First Lady and is now spreading to many of his associates because they didn't wear masks. From Heidi Jones, hello, and my name is Heidi Jones, and I'm unable to make the meeting today because I am working at a hospital in Indian River County today, 3 to 11 p.m. I've been following closely the meeting for the school board, and you are constantly asking the public for more information. We have given it to you. The mental health information asked for at the last meeting and how it affects our children. We sent you studies. Shouldn't that be your job to do before you mandate something on our schools? Who is speaking on behalf of the school children? It's us parents. That's all they have to speak for them. Many counties in Florida aren't doing masking for their students in schools, and schools and daycares in Indian River County aren't doing masking in schools. Have you reached out to them to see how they are doing with their numbers? I haven't seen anything in the news on those schools or daycares having positive cases of COVID-19. Not one. Did you follow up on those from the woman who provided it to you at the last meeting? I hope so. We want optional masking in our schools. If people do not agree, then they can go to option 2. It's easy, not a difficult decision. Students, teachers, and staff can choose to wear a mask, or they can choose to not wear a mask. If they don't feel safe or scared of the virus, then isn't that what option 2 and 3 were for anyways? And for family who had pre-existing health conditions and it was safer to stay home. Isn't option 1 for the healthy families, students, and do not fear a virus or the flu or anything that annually is here in the schools? Please make masking optional. Thank you, Heidi Jones. From Heidi Cortega Rings, to whom it may concern, as a student of Indian River Charter High School and a resident of Indian River County, I am asking you to keep masks as a mandatory requirement in schools. The pandemic is not over yet, and students are still catching the virus. To take away the mandatory mask requirement may as well be a death wish for those who are especially vulnerable to the virus's effects. Please keep masks mandatory. Sincerely, a concerned student. From Jen McCall, as a teacher in this county, I just want to say that I am 100% in favor of having masks optional. It is very difficult to teach young children while trying to get them to keep masks on. The majority of my students dislike the masks and ask me as soon as they come in the room if they can take it off. I then spend the rest of the day asking them to put their masks on correctly. If only you could see some of the way these kids play with their face coverings. It is also very difficult to teach letter sounds when I can't see their mouths, or help them fix their speech sounds when they are being muffled. By the way, I have 7 out of 14 students with speech goals. Please help me make my job a little easier by making these masks optional. From Uzine Ijatan, sorry if I said that wrong. Hello, to whom it may concern. I would like to advise that I do not want masks in school to be mandatory. My child is 5 years old and goes to kindergarten. Wears mask and still he got sick 2 times with cold. The mask won't protect my child efficiently. He is a 5-year-old. Touching everything, being everywhere, the mask gets dirty and he has to wear it all day in school, except when he is at his desk. He has to breathe his own CO2 back all that time. There have been too many studies showing and claiming how dangerous it is to wear a mask for a long period of time. I want to have the freedom to choose if my son has to wear a mask or no. He also complains about it a lot, that it is uncomfortable, hard to breathe, and so forth. As some parents are concerned about their child getting sick from COVID and insist on wearing a mask, I am a concerned parent too, and I worry my child will get sick from wearing a mask. Please take this into consideration. Masks should be optional. Thank you. From Mary Ann Bender, Dr. Moore and board members, I would like to be on the record with continuing mask wearing at school. SDIRC has been able to keep the COVID cases down in comparison to surrounding school districts. As the number of students will be increasing returning to school as traditional learning may be phasing out, it is not the time to make changes to the mask wearing policy. Please do your best to keep our teachers, staff, and students safe. Thank you for your time. From Susan Ridlin, good evening. The teachers union and district signed an MOU before school started. The MOU states that masks must be worn when social distancing is not an option. The teachers of Indian River County have kept our part of the agreement. We have given up planning time in order to have safer measures in place to keep our students and staff as safe as possible. We expect the district to keep their end of the agreement. Why are you even allowing a discussion on optional masks when we have a signed MOU? From Grace Olson, dear school board members, 200,000. I would imagine that is a number you are well aware of and that the context for it means something significant to you. The United States of America has recently exceeded 200,000 deaths that were caused by the coronavirus, a number that did not have to be this high, but unfortunately it is because of the lack of proper precautions. It is likely that plenty of people in our school district know at least one of those 200,000 people who shouldn't have died. It is clearly stated by the CDC, clearly states that everyone should wear a mask in public settings and when around people who don't live in your household, especially when social distancing measures are difficult to maintain. The only people that should not have to wear a mask, according to the CDC website, would be young children under 2, anyone who has trouble breathing or is unconscious, incapacitated, or otherwise unable to remove the mask without assistance. Otherwise, they should be worn by everyone possible at all times when social distancing is difficult. And in a school filled with hundreds of children in high exposure, it is absolutely difficult to do. This makes me wonder how it is possible for there to even be talk about the reconsideration of a mask mandate in the school district. The school year has already been frustrating and confusing enough for students and parents, but above all, teachers. And I'll remind you of the multiple teachers that have already quit their jobs just weeks into the school year. Teachers have experienced such a high level of stress, confusion, anxiety, and frustration as a result of your poor leadership and your poor decision-making that it drove intelligent, passionate people to leave their beloved jobs. Shameful. My parents have both been teaching for about 30 years at this point, but the way they have been treated this year has almost fully exhausted them, and I know that they are not alone in feeling this way. The pandemic is not over just because selfish people are tired of the rules that have been set in place. I urge you all to keep the mask mandate in place at the very least, and potentially even take it a step further and ask your teachers and staff what more you can do to ensure their safety and well-being, as it has been shown over and over again that they are your last priority here. It would be a shame to lose any more teachers than you already have. Grace Olson. From David Dinnan. Hello, I am writing once again to provide much needed citizen input for the upcoming school board meeting. I am writing regarding the use of masks within our schools by staff, faculty, and students. I am writing both as a father of children within the district as well as part of a 2-physician household within the school district. I am referring to simple paper masks or cloth masks, not medical respirators throughout this letter. I am aware that a majority of parents still believe that masks should be used in schools, particularly when physical distancing is not possible. I am in full agreement and believe that masks should be mandatory until a vaccine is widely available and until the pandemic is well controlled in our state and region. But I am also aware that there is an overly vocal anti-mask minority which is making a disproportionate amount of noise. As a father in this community and a physician, I will not be silenced. The evidence is clear and strong. Masks are a simple, effective, inexpensive way to cut transmission of COVID-19. They are a vital tool in reducing community transmission. Masks safeguard not only our students and staff, but also more vulnerable members of our community, including grandparents and those with chronic health conditions. We must not let our school children unwittingly infect others in our community. The initial studies from Europe, which suggested that children did not carry or transmit the virus, were so obviously flawed it was embarrassing. There is now robust evidence coming from stronger, larger studies that clearly demonstrate that children do carry and transmit COVID-19. The most compelling evidence is coming from a very large, strong study from India. Although no scientific study is ever perfect, this one is very strong and should serve as a warning. This should be a wake-up call that the magic virus theory that people have clung to and continue to cling to is hopelessly flawed. There has never been a respiratory virus that children have not been a vector for, and the same is true for COVID-19. COVID-19 is not some magic virus that is skipping over children. Children may be less severely affected, but they can pass it on to others, including people at greater risk of significant sickness and death. It should be noted that public health and medicine are challenging, particularly in real time. We do not always get it right at first, but as more and more knowledge is added and more is learned, we update and refine our prevention strategies, treatments, and other mitigation approaches. Despite a confusing start, we now know with certainty that masks cut down transmission and that children do carry and transmit this virus. Masks can be uncomfortable. Masks can feel odd or foreign, but masks are not dangerous. I wear mine for a 10-hour shift from when I get out of my car at work until I return to my car at the end of my shift, unless I am completely alone in an office with the door shut. From Linda Scalco. Dear school board members, as a retired school counselor and prior infection prevention specialist with 3M Healthcare, I find it hard to believe that I even need to write this email to an educated group of individuals. The objections are because people really do not understand the science and what we need to do. Public health has clearly documented evidence that we can reduce the chance of infections when everyone is compliant and protects each other by following the CDC guideline. Children, as we know, are resilient and have less of a chance to be impacted. However, they can be excellent carriers and super spreaders, impacting their family and elderly. As an educational community, we should lead by example in what we teach and certainly not be bullied by those outside that are inconvenienced and believe in unproven theories. Please, please have students continue to wear masks to protect our community. It teaches them to care for others and helps us fight this virus together. Respectfully.
From Logan Filizola. To whom it may concern, my name is Logan Filizola, and I'm a recent graduate from the SDIRC school systems. However, I have siblings and friends who are still current students and staff throughout the county in the public school system. I am emailing you today regarding the update to the mask regulations for the school district. As a friend and family member of those who are at risk, I am deeply concerned for the health and safety of those I love if the mask mandate is no longer enforced in schools. Please consider that the slight inconvenience of wearing a mask which both the CDC and WHO argue is our best defense against the virus, far outweighs the long-term implications of putting your students, staff, and faculty at risk. Over 210,000 Americans have died from lack of leadership in this country, and more than 7 million are infected. I urge you to consider the small cost of enforcing the mask mandate and save the lives of your community members. From Karen Rutledge, I want to start by saying that I am not against masks. I'm against mandating them, and for many reasons, but this is not what I would wish to discuss. I want to express my deep concern for the lack of professionalism and insight that Dr. Schiff lacked by creating a survey for personal use while utilizing her public school board social media. As someone who has a PhD, and according to her personal Facebook page, is an associate professor of criminology and criminal justice, as well as the vice president of the National Association of Community and Restorative Justice, I would assume that you would know better than to go on your own to solicit input from the public on your professional school board site. You could have easily done this on your personal social media, but you did not. Adding to this injustice, you knew very well that the school district was going to release its own survey. Do you think you are above your fellow board members? Why did you feel it was necessary to take matters into your own hands? You state you had no malicious intent, but your actions show otherwise because you still have the results posted on your school board page. And if this truly was for personal information, then why do you use the word we? You clearly stated we will be. You even remarked about creating a new survey. The fact that this information was taken from your professional page and posted on another social media page to allow people who probably have no skin in the game to give their input is reckless as well. I consider your actions similar to those of a tainted witness. How can you not formulate an opinion based on the information that you gathered on your own? Your actions say otherwise due to your lack of insight. You are a member of an elected board. Multiple times from multiple meetings, we hear that we should email the board or contact the board so that way everyone has the same information. Your personal survey goes against the very recommendations that you give to the public. On your school board page, I specifically encourage you to delete any information related to that survey, and the fact that you still have it there makes me question your integrity. I would like to ask the school board attorney if your actions are in any way violation of the sunshine laws and thus puts the school district in jeopardy. I would also like to ask the school board attorney if this does in any way constitute an ethical violation. As professionals, we are held to a higher accountability depending on what that profession is. You are an elected official and you use your position for personal reasons that could affect not only your constituents, but the entire body in which you serve. As a woman, I do respect your accomplishments and your education, and as a mother, I respect you as a mother. But as professionals, we have to always think about what our actions reflect about us. That's why, as a professional, I'm not against the use of face coverings and any other form of PPE. But as a citizen and a free society, I understand the impact of mandatory actions and their consequences against a free society. Civil liberties mean everything, especially during uncertain times. Citizens look to people in positions of authority to do the right thing in the right way. As a taxpayer of this county, as a mother of 2 students in the school, this is from Elaine Greco. I'm in favor of a mask mandate, a father of 4 who is also a diabetic, and although I understand that there is a risk-reward applied to all parts of life, this is not one of those times. We are in the midst of a global pandemic, and science should be the only side an educator should align himself with. And that's all we have for email public comment.
Okay. Kristen, before you step away, I did pull the public content that individuals have seen on, as far as I'm aware of. It says the public may offer public comment by appearing in person. Such person will be placed in the areas outside the meeting room and invited into the meeting room at the appropriate time while maintaining the CDC requirements of social distancing, which is currently defined not more than 50 individuals in the group and maintaining a distance of at least 6 feet between each individual. This is where it's conflicting to what our board policy is. It says the public may also offer public comments through email. So My recommendation is, we have 3 individuals that have sent in public comment through email based on what this says, which says may also, but going forward, we need to change this that says one or the other, but not both. So I would like you to pull
Ruth Kovaleski.
Kovaleski, Wilson, and Packlin, I'm sorry, and pull both of those, all 3, because we need to make sure that we clarify that, and it wasn't clear to the public, and I want us to be as transparent as possible in this. So, do you need a few minutes to pull those? Or do you
I
them?
have Ms. Kobleski's right here. I'm ready.
Okay, perfect.
Okay.
Thank you.
From Ruth Kobleski and the 700 members of the Indian River Freedom Coalition. The Indian River County School District and its school board, referred to as school, is requiring certain medical interventions as a condition of access to the public school system, specifically wearing masks, keeping a 6-foot distance between students, partitions, collecting vital statistics such as body temperature and tissue samples for testing. The school claims or is participating in the claim that there is a public health emergency, and the people funding the school, its beneficiaries, claim the school is fraudulently and negligently using public funds. The Indian River County School District has no funding for these activities or is fraudulently using emergency funds for these purposes. The parents and students are giving this final notice before seeking an injunction against the school. Indian River County has 21 days from the date of this notice to respond to the following questions. Failure to respond will constitute default in a waiver of any immunity from being sued, both as board, professionally, and personally. The school district and its board is practicing medicine without a license. No doctor is on site and has evaluated all the students to see if they are medically able to wear a mask. Should any illness or injury take place in any student, are you prepared to pay damages for lifelong injury or death? This is to inform your attorneys and your insurance carrier that they are hereby put on notice. We are demanding you rescind any mandatory mask, testing, or doctor's notes and temperature-taking orders related to COVID-19 ASAP. This is from Lucine. You're here tonight, correct?
Yes.
Lucine?
No. Oh, yeah.
Gokhan? This is one of yours as well, the Gokhan Pakalin? Okay, was this one read already?
Larissa. And then Carrie Wilson. And then after public input, citizen input, we will jump into the presentation from Dr. Moore. And then we will have board discussion, or
discussion.
Discussion.
Mrs. Zork, while our public information officer is looking for that information, I do have a question. The gentleman from the Cleveland Clinic said it was requested that he come tonight and speak. Can I have some clarification as to who requested for him to come?
Through the chair, me and Mr. Bass had a meeting with him regarding the heart.
The EKG?
EKG machine that we were speaking was it last week? Last week, and at that time, he offered to come and speak.
So I would ask, and may I, Mrs. Zork? I have a real concern that the superintendent or staff would ask someone to speak during citizen input. If it's something that the district would like to present as supporting information for their position, I think it needs to be addressed as such or said as such. He was put to the head of the speaking line. We allowed for citizen input. verbally hear by people who were attending, and then unfortunately the gentleman left before he was able to hear the other comments that our constituents and citizens wanted to share. All some unfortunate events. So in the future, I think it's fair to our citizens that if the school district has someone that's supporting, that's giving information that they have been asked to share, that it is done so in transparency.
Thank you. Sorry for any confusion. From Larissa Pakalin. Hello, school district board members. After all emails that I've sent over the past month, I don't think that I have to explain over and over again why masks do not work, and now it affects human health and weaker immune system. It is obviously seen that masks have their own agenda, and this is not about health, not about virus. This is about politics, about control, about destroying our children's psychology, but not about health at all. Masks is just a most visible topic of the huge iceberg of the world problems today. The fact that Florida is the first state in the USA for human and kids trafficking should be more than enough to ban masks for children forever. Who is enforcing masks for children is supports children's trafficking. There are many safety aspects that are not being recognized, and thus is very sad. People are blindly following the instructions from CDC, from their bosses, from someone who is one step higher position without any asking, without thinking, without questioning. Is that good for me and for my children? How my decision will affect children's well-being in schools? Why is that needed? People are afraid to speak, afraid to lose their jobs if they say something political. Parents are afraid to stand up for their children because of this political issues. Yes, masks are political issues only. You don't need any more to ask about political views to anyone. You can see it right away, if the face covered or uncovers. Why our innocent children should pay with their health and well-being for adults' political games. Why political issues should be presented in schools. Why just do not let kids to be kids if we still can do it. And you know everybody is responsible for that. You, me, them, every single parent and every single local commissioner, every single pediatrician who is enforcing vaccines and antibiotic over natural cures. Everyone who is afraid to be responsible and just accepting what we're told from the height without even questioning, without analyzing. And where and how will we be ended up? What about the future? Me and other parents all around the world can show to school districts, to pediatricians, local government, hundreds proven studies why masks are useless. But what can be answered? Excuse us, we have a contract. The masks aren't even the real issue here. They are a distraction for what is yet to come. I know everyone wants to focus on the masks in particular, but we need to focus on what the masks are leading to and safety in the schools. Because what is going on now, it's an intentional attack on the mental health of American children and our way of life as a whole. People should be allowed the freedom of choice for their children, whether to mask or not, because masks are not about health, and we don't want children being victims of adult conflicts of interest. With a hope to be heard, Larissa Pakalin. This is from Carrie Wilson. Columbia County, Highlands County, Dixie County, Citrus County, second grade and younger, and Bradford County all do not have mask mandates. No increase in cases either. And that's all.
Okay. Thank you for that. Okay, so we are going to move into our presentation from the superintendent with the data that he's prepared. Then the board will open it up for discussion once we receive the information from the superintendent. So,
Thank you, Madam
Good
Chair. I
morning.
don't think I'm turned on here, or maybe my battery died. Thank you, Madam Chair. As you know, during our last workshop, I had the opportunity to present information regarding the intended plan as we transition students back into brick and mortar after a very successful first 9 weeks of implementing our 3-option plan. And when I say successful, by no means is anything or anyone perfect. I think this situation here is far from perfect. And these are difficult conversations in which we respect each and every single person's point of view in their beliefs, as we intend to operate the public education system for the county of Indian River. And it is a free and appropriate public education that we are charging ourselves to provide for all students. And we have made difficult decisions to continue to problem solve and look at the reality that we're providing to our students, and say, hey, let's just do what most districts have done, implement a plan, and be unwilling to change that particular plan and ride it out until COVID is done. That's not my will. I do not believe it is the will of this board. You have charged me to make recommendations to you to ensure that we are, in fact, providing the highest level of education to all students in this county, even amongst a pandemic. It is not a favorable time to lead. It is not an exciting or encouraging time to lead. But those who are given much, much is expected, and each and every single one of us who are sitting on this dais have an expectation placed upon us to make decisions that are in the best interest to ensure that we're providing that free and public education to all students. We had a conversation during the 9/22 board workshop regarding the transition plan. In the midst of that week, I was surveying families regarding the desire and intent for them to come back to brick and mortar, specifically focusing in the model that we called transition. And we intentionally called it transitional because the intent was to extend the time to allow COVID to go away or to minimize or reduce. That was some flawed thinking, and it was my thinking, that we think if we could just wait it out, we can get folks to come back. And COVID has reduced in terms of where we are as a county or where we are as a community over the last 7 weeks. We created a model that was to meet the needs of all children by leading with the health and safety concerns that families had. And over the 40 Facebook Lives that I done, it was to provide those options and provide quality education within those particular options. And we got some things really, really right. And we worked together and we problem solved and we created a system that was very successful. But success comes through problem solving and identifying opportunities in which we need to shift or modify practice, things that we now know that we could have done better. And there are opportunities to look at some of those systems and some of those structures as we now have this opportunity to explore a re-envisioning or moving students back into brick and mortar. My intent tonight is to walk through some data. And I will be upfront and honest, some of this data speaks to things in which we need to correct. Some of the data speaks through major concerns that I have regarding where students are placed, the academic environments that they are in, and the long-lasting impacts that COVID may have on those particular families. And it is looking at where we are at this time of the year in comparison to where we were a year ago. And it is alarming and it is scary, but even in the midst of this is the opportunity for us to improve upon our models, to shift and make modifications in order to ensure we are, in fact, providing a free and public education to all children. I will be on the record, as I have from the very beginning, the most effective environment for academic success is in a classroom with a live teacher. And technology is wonderful, and teaching through technology has its restraints. But magic happens in classrooms when teachers have the opportunity to fully understand the children that stand in front of them, and they have the ability to differentiate, modify, and create experiences for those children to ensure that child's success. That is the goal, that is the desire that I want. I want at least 75% of our students back in brick and mortar. Will I get there? I don't know. But I look at where we are academically, and I look at students who are in virtual and or transitional, and I see some grave concerns in which I'm going to share. So I'll start my presentation. Some of it I'll run through because it's been clearly stated, starting with where we are with COVID as a community. And I think we should be very proud as a community in comparison to other counties. Our daily percent is right around 3 to 4%, as it's been stated. Last week, there was a slight bump, which was concerning. It jumped up to 7 one day, 6, but over the course of this week, it seems to go back down.
Dr. Moore, I don't mean to interrupt you, but this is a lot of data, and it's very hard to follow from someone reading it on paper. Do we have this presentation we can put up for individuals?
I'm not really going to walk through a presentation, to be honest with you.
But you're walking through data.
I mean,
This is the presentation that was online, correct?
it is.
So,
I mean,
Are we not
Take a
showing it while
5-minute
the video goes like we
I
normally
wasn't
do?
going to show it. I was just going to talk through it, and this is just the one page I may have been referencing, but we'll take some seconds and get it up. I wasn't going to really walk, it's not a PowerPoint presentation, but we'll.
Let's at least put that first page up, though. I think that's fair.
so, do we,
Take a
Wanna take a break?
5-minute,
Oh, that would, yeah, because we're going to have to turn the screens down.
5 minutes. Tell,
Chris, can you-
She needs 5 minutes, Madam Chair.
all right. So why don't we go ahead, board members, let's go ahead and take a 5-minute break, and we'll come back at 6:51.
Just 5 minutes, we promise.
Back to order at 6:53 so that we could get this PowerPoint up, so it would be a little bit easier following along with the presentation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think it'd be a good idea if I put this presentation up so we all could see it. So as I was referencing, when you look, this is the report that we can see on a daily basis. It's always one day lagged. As I was referencing, in the latter week, you see percents spiking at 7% on 9/26, and then leveling off to back 3 and 4%. We opened the school year around 2 to 3% during our first week and have maintained at that 3 or 4% positive rate with the exception of that one last week, and we're glad to see that number go back down. I think it is very important to note what we have done with COVID as it relates to within our schools is something we all should be proud of. We've had 133 employees that have been tested, with only 5 of those employees coming back positive. We have 188 students that we're aware of who have been tested, with 19 positive results and 169 negative, as well as 93 negative for our employees. To date, we've had 362 students who have been quarantined as a result of our social distancing and the processes we have in place. I think it's important to note our system has been shared with a number of other districts on how quick we're able to implement the volume of information that we're able to provide to quickly identify who needs to be quarantined and working with the health department. Mass has played a major role in the reduction or minimizing the number of students who have been who needed to be quarantined. And when you really dig into these numbers, I think it's important to note, of the 362 students who have been quarantined, to date, none of them have been tested positive for COVID. None of them have been tested positive for COVID. So we are happy about that. We've had no outbreaks. We've had no closing of schools, no clusters. We even had a case with a member of our football team very early on. And unlike NFL teams and college football teams, there was no outbreak on that team either. So what we have done in our schools really to manage a difficult time is something that we are proud of. And this is what I was afraid of. I'm sorry, the mouse is about.
We're not going to ask questions at this time. We're going to get through the presentation, and then board members will open it up for questions.
Dr. Moore, I'm sorry. Is this available online right now?
It's part of the item. It should be, yes.
Yes,
So
it's
if anybody
attached.
wants to see this, they can see this online. Is that right? They can pull it up on their cell phone or their iPad right now and follow along with us as well?
Correct.
Okay.
Well, they
Thank
can
you.
see it online also. I mean, as they're
We can show
live.
this particular screen. A great deal of the success that we've had comes as a result of our teachers. And we have worked very, very hard in order to provide quality instruction in a very, very difficult time. It has been referenced that we were one of the first counties to come up with our MOU, a signed MOU. And we were first, and as we implemented, we learned from it. And there are opportunities, as now we'll go over a little bit later, to shift or modify our presentation. I think now when I'm referencing teachers, I want to ask Jennifer Friedland if there's anything she'd like to say on behalf of the teachers in which you represent and your employees. Podium, I think, would be best.
Really?
That's a good idea. Mike?
I don't know if her mic is working. Hold on.
First, I'd like to say that IRCEA believe that SDIRC should continue wearing masks when socially distancing cannot be maintained. Before all of you sigh at me, you have data, I have data. We can sit and argue data all night long. The point is we're all here for kids. And I'll be the first person to give the district a black eye when they need it. But there is nobody up there currently that does not have students' best interest at heart. I promise you that. There's nothing that IRC wants more than students back in their classrooms where they belong. But at what point do your rights supersede somebody else's? I'm going to skip that actually because I just said it. I want everyone to hear this very clearly. Teachers have shown you in every way possible they agree with you. Children are first. We have shown that by risking our own children's lives to be at the front of this before we knew what was going to happen. You and your families have been given options, many of them. We worked very hard all summer long so you could have those options to go where you could not wear a mask if you didn't want to, or to even switch models at this point. Like, we were switching in the middle. So I don't see at what point your children are more important than my teacher's children, or my teacher's family, or my teacher's health. If you don't want to wear a mask, by all means, it's America, don't wear a mask. There's 2 other options you can use and not wear a mask. No, it's not the same, but teaching with a mask is not the same. Teaching without a mask is not the same this year. It's not going to be the same. It's not. Again, at what point do your rights supersede mine? You have options.
Sorry.
You can go to other places. Teachers do not have options if we want a job. No, we don't. No, we don't. We're not arguing. Teachers do not have options.
We are going to have to ask that you not interrupt the speaker, but Mrs. Freeland is going to be given 3 minutes just like the rest of you, so go ahead.
Teachers do not have options other than to take leave and go without pay. Or they have to allow their children to have double jeopardy by being subjected to both their schoolmates and all the children that they encounter in a day, every day. Every day. Many teachers will have to take leave or else go elsewhere. We are currently short coverage. We cannot cover all of our classes. I believe I've made that complaint. And now's the time that you want to lose good, valued, loyal teachers. They've been loyal to you, to the families. They've come in every day doing this work, not knowing what the outcome would be, not knowing what they're supposed to do, not knowing how to do it. And you sit here and shun them like they shouldn't worry about their own health or their own children. They have rights too. And by the way, you speak for 700 people, I speak for 1,000, most of which back me.
Okay, let's not. Okay, let's.
I hate this pandemic.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
If you're gonna speak while the speaker is speaking, I'm gonna have to ask you to go to the lobby and watch the presentation from the lobby. And that's only courtesy.
No, but Mrs. Zork, I think it's
I did
fair.
not
I
text
think
him
what the
personally.
gentleman said is fair. If Mrs. Freeland
I'm sorry, that
chooses
is,
to address the audience, I think if you could speak to the board, I think that's
I'll do that.
appropriate.
I'll
Thank you.
switch.
yes.
I can do that.
Okay. Well, technically, she's part of the superintendent's presentation at this point.
Look, I'm not going to fight. We're essentially done. The reality is that one set of rights don't supersede another. I don't think there's any.
Let's not interrupt the speaker, please.
The teachers have rights to be safe as well and to keep their families safe. I believe that Dr. Moore, his staff, and the board have done that so far very well. I may have other issues, but that we've done very well. Our numbers are lower than other places. We're much faster to pick up on it when we need to. The reality is it works. Why change 2 variables at a time? Taught science for years. You change 1 variable at a time. The first variable we're changing is bringing a wave of students back who have not currently been in our classrooms. Why would you change masks at the same time? It's not like we can't revisit this. It doesn't have to be done this very instant in time. There are other options.
Thank you, Ms. Freeland, and I afford the same opportunity to Mr. Murray, CWA, if you'd like to. Don't do that.
Dr. Moore, I respect the speakers, but I do wish that if we're going to have, go ahead, Mr. Murray, but if we're going to have speakers from, that's part of your presentation, that we are given that notification, because typically whenever superintendent does have a presentation, they do let the board know who's going to be coming and speaking a part of that. Go ahead, Mr. Murray.
Good evening, board members, Dr. Moore, general public. My name is Mike Murray, and I am the CWA president of Local 3180. I represent over 700 district employees, bus drivers, food service, maintenance, teacher assistants, secretaries, all the support staff here. We do support wearing the masks. We have several employees who are fearful of their families. They're on accommodations right now at home. One reason why I feel the district is doing so well is we've been working together since March with the superintendent, with the teachers union, coming together, voicing our concerns, voicing our questions, going with the CDC, going with the state, the government, trying to come up with ideas on how to make it safe for our employees and our children. So I normally have a speech prepared coming up here. Tonight I don't. I'm here to speak on behalf of the superintendent. But we definitely do support wearing the mask. I'm an electrician. I work for the district. I work construction. Yeah, it is kind of cumbersome to wear, but I wear out of respect of the staff, out of the children, just to help them feel safe. So I am supportive. Thanks.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Murray.
All right, so looking back at teachers, just some, we currently have 12 open positions. 6 classroom teachers who have been offered positions are being in the process of being hired, so we're looking forward to getting those teachers in. It was also asked regarding, who has resigned in comparison to COVID. And last year at this time, same time window comparison last year to this year, there were 43 separations. In comparison to this year, 38%. So you see there's actually been a few less resignations, but when you look at the reasons why, you'll see the third highest reason is child care, which is 26%, which is in comparison to previous years. There are individuals who are looking at this as an opportunity to separate from employment. Here I wanted to speak through and highlight where students are within each of the schools as it relates to the brick and mortar options. And some things that you'll see is in our magnet schools, you'll see relatively high percents, 68 at Liberty Magnet, 69% at Sebastian River. Our high schools have pretty good high numbers in brick and mortar. Rosewood is our highest percent at 76%. You'll also notice in some of our Title I schools, only 44% of the students back in brick and mortar, which is concerning. There are some very, very small numbers that we need to address. Indian River Academy, 51%. So the 63% that are in brick and mortar is not reflective across all of the schools. It varies from school to school. We're looking at the virtual, the percent by school is relatively consistent across all schools, and then transitional also, that 14% for the district is pretty consistent in most of the schools as you look at numbers as a whole. Looking at instructional models, and now we're looking at ethnicities of students who made selections over the summer. One of the things that you'll notice here is that 71% of our white non-Hispanic students in the entire district are enrolled in brick and mortar. When you look at our black non-Hispanic, only 45% of that population is back in brick and mortar. That is and speaks to a issue of equity. It's not an issue of equity in which we have created because we provided that particular choice. But when looking at where we need to do to provide quality education, it becomes a concern. Looking here at the next slide looks at grade distribution of students within each of the particular models. And there's pretty consistent distribution across all grades and as it relates to the enrollment of each of not economically disadvantaged are not economically disadvantaged in brick and mortar. When you look at FSA levels, keeping in mind that FSA level, we don't have scores from last year, but for the previous year, you'll see only 55% of our level ones are in that brick and mortar experience, and only 59% of our level twos are in, level twos are in brick and mortar. So just over 50%, just under 50% of our level one, level twos, the students who need to grow the most, are in the virtual or transitional model. Once again, that was a selection made by families based on their level of comfort. It wasn't, this is your model, it was a choice made by families. The next looks at mathematics. It's very, very comparable. So when you're looking at where students are academically and where they need to be in order to ensure success, there are concerns that we would like to address. Once again, algebra EOC, the data is a little bit better because it's more on the high school side where the numbers are higher. So we have 61% of our level ones in school and 61% of our level twos. That's a little bit better than looking at overall levels. Now looking at academic performance, and I will kind of glide through this because it is a lot of information, and I'll give you some information as it relates to where we were. And a big question has been, what has been the impact of COVID over the last several years? And what you see on this first slide, which is page 14, I believe it's 14, let me make sure, page 14, is this is where we were last year at this same time. This is all schools and all grades. And just to reference you to this chart, green means you're early on grade level or above grade level at the beginning of the school year. Yellow means you're 1 year behind, and red means you're 2 years behind, and the light shade of pinkish means you didn't take the assessment. So what sticks out from you in comparison to this year's assessment of all children in all models in comparison to now we're looking at this year? First is the students who haven't taken the assessment 7 weeks in, and the majority of those students find themselves in the virtual model, so not having that particular data. Now the percent proficient is relatively the same, so that is encouraging, but what is not encouraging are the students who have not taken the assessment. And it is a little bit misleading. You'll see in some coming slides some of the students who are in the virtual and transitional model in comparison to last year and in comparison to brick and mortar, they're scoring significantly above and beyond where they were in the previous year. So there might be some additional guidance or support that we don't want students to be engaging in. Math, very similar data set. You see the regression in math as a result of what would typically be called the summer slide is a little bit faster, or the reduction happens at a faster rate. So what we see here, once again, the biggest concern are the students who have not taken the assessment, which this is informative data that we use to drive instruction, to individualize instruction. Looking here, and I'll highlight some things for you. Once again, looking at students, and here we're looking at iReady placement, reading diagnostic, comparison of instructional models. 27% of our students not completing that test in the virtual model. That is a concern. Looking here, and we won't dig too much into this particular data, but as you look at brick and mortar, you'll see it is relatively comparable if we were to go back to all students at this time last year. So if we were to go back and look at the two slides, it would be comparable. But what is concerning is last year it included all students. And keep in mind, this includes 40% of our level ones and level twos are not in brick and mortar. So it is concerning that the data is the same. That speaks of the impact of COVID over last school year and into the summer, and then looking forward to returning. You'll see the same thing with virtual. There has been an impact as a result of COVID. There has been an impact as a result of the closing of schools, the lack of teacher instruction. There are opportunities really to say we need to circle the wagons to provide the highest level of support for children to circumvent what will be a compounded loss over time for children. So a lot of this data, both in reading and math, demonstrates we have students who need high levels of guided, scripted instruction in our virtual and transitional models. Now let me say this, all students in virtual and transitional models are not, the majority are finding success. But as we look at students that are level 1 in that virtual model, and we work with our counselors and we work with our teachers, there are opportunities to schedule meetings with parents to look at how instruction is being provided in order to maximize the level of support that we can provide for children. If we know something isn't working, then it is our responsibility to intervene. It is our responsibility to work with families to demonstrate what we have done in our schools with the hopes that they return to brick and mortar. But if they don't return to brick and mortar, can we create opportunities to provide more explicit instruction, at least in those core classrooms, so that reading and math doesn't fall behind? And virtual, keep in mind, virtual is a platform-driven process which is aligned to the standards. It is at and delivered at the level of the standard. If a student who was on that red in which we showed you is going to have a hard, difficult time interacting with text that is 2 years above where they're currently reading. Now, with a teacher in the classroom, there are opportunities to differentiate that instruction and modify the lessons to bring those students up to the standards. That's the power and that's the purpose of educators in a classroom. And at the end of the day, from a individual who is excited about having the opportunity to come to a very unique place to provide quality instruction for all children, looking at where we are as a result of COVID is heartbreaking. And by no means do I say that every individual in the district hasn't gone above and beyond. We have learned through this. I think some of the examples that I could echo Ms. Freeland's remarks. We have asked teachers to like 160, 170 have taken on opportunities to teach in what I would call dual modalities. They teach 5 classes in regular reading and then 1 class online. And when you think of that, what's the big deal? It's just 1 class online. It's the same subject. It's the same content. But how you deliver that is completely different. And that's something we've learned. The stress that we've caused for teachers saying, hey, it's the same subject. You'll be fine. Our teacher said, yeah, it's the same subject, but if I'm going to do it right, I got to modify how I'm delivering it because it's through a computer. And what I do in the classroom is significantly different. And that's the aha moment that we have saying, you know, I'm so thankful that our teachers go above and beyond because they can do it the exact same way, but they're not going to shortchange our students. So in the midst of this, my desire is to return students to school at a very significant rate. And I want to do that because I am extremely comfortable with what we're doing in our schools to keep our children safe. I think the protocols that we have in place, the systems that we have implemented are effective. And I will say this, and I will be the first to say it, there are opportunities to improve. I think where we were with COVID in mask wearing and providing or maximizing opportunities for students to take those mask breaks, we were very scared and concerned, as was everyone when we started. But now we have really done a significantly better job of identifying those opportunities. We need to continue to empower teachers to know, hey, let them have the mask break. And I'm sorry, that mask break should not be a pass to the bathroom. It should be in a space in a classroom. It should be in a hallway. I live, eat, breathe, drink in schools, and we had an opportunity at Vero Beach Senior High School because of that block scheduling, which is something else that's new to teachers. Teachers, for the first time since that I know of, have gone from teaching 50 minutes to 90 minutes. That is completely rethinking how you are maximizing and using that particular time. Now, at the end of the day, I think it's a great thing. I think it's a great thing because you can really engage and get students deep and practice what they're doing in the classroom versus introducing a topic and then the bell ringing 10 minutes later. But it is, and I experienced this as a teacher. My first year teaching was a 60-minute class. My second year teaching was 2 straight hours. And it was an extremely hard transition for me. And I got a lot of energy, especially 25 years ago. But when you look at, throw that on top of what our teachers are doing, it's hard. It's hard. So we have looked at where are our opportunities to improve. I honestly think and respectfully say to everyone in this room, everyone who is listening, if we have the opportunity to return students to school, we can provide impactful, powerful, transformational instruction to those particular students. And I respect each and every single one of you. I respect the advocacy in standing up for what you feel is right. And there is respect and there is honor in that. My heart does hurt when I feel as if I'm infringing on anyone's freedom. Just going back to what you're saying, that's not who I am. It's not who I am. It's not who this board is. And it is difficult and it is hard to swallow, respectfully receiving what you're saying.
Go ahead.
I understand where you're at, and I understand the dilemma. Let me run through some more slides, getting through some of the academic. So what I was asked to do in creating a better understanding for the school board is to survey both families and as well as employees. I'll start with the initial survey. This was the survey prior to the business meeting that was held on 9/22. This survey went out Monday, the board meeting was on Tuesday, and then we made the decision to provide additional information regarding face coverings and regarding our health and safety measures. So this was filled out asking those individuals in those virtual or transitional models, are you coming back to school? And the results for us, as you can see here, in the virtual model, 175 students were planning on returning, 248 wanted to stay in virtual. Virtual was offered for an entire semester, so we didn't anticipate many students wanting to come back, but we're very happy to see this response rate so early on. Now, in complete transparency, this survey stopped being completed because there was variables that needed to be decided for parents to make decisions regarding what is or is not going to happen in schools. And that's just the truth. If you're going to ask me to make a decision, I hear what you're saying. I think our teachers and our principals and counselors have been reaching out to families saying, let's get you back in school. And we know in certain schools, a lot of our schools, they are just waiting to come back. They're waiting for the time of the virtual or transitional to be over. They want back in our schools, but they want to know the variables that will be present within our schools. So here we were anticipating at least, as we played out this, a percentage, 175 wanting to return to brick and mortar with a very small response rate, only 427 responses, keeping in mind there's over 2,000 children in that particular model. And then looking at the transitional, you also note the quality of instruction for those who responded is more favorable in the transitional model in comparison to the virtual model. Why is that? The teacher's there live, providing that direct instruction, although it be through a computer. So we're happy to see that. That's kind of what we expected. But even here, we had 313 students wanting to return. Once again, still a small sampling, so we would be ready and prepared. Now we have surveyed the families as well as our employees. This is a survey that was completed for just over 2,000 individuals within our school district. And as you can see, very, very straightforward questions regarding their level of comfort to what we're doing on our campuses. 63% agreeing, which is the exact same number that currently we have in schools, that our health and safety measures are adequate. Here we ask them really to identify the systems or the measures that we've put in place that they are comfortable sending their children to school with the highest response rate, the most significant response rate being the water fountains blocking the water fountains on campus. Then you look here, are you satisfied with the current health and safety measures in place? 71% of our families, the answer to that question was yes. Question number 4, would you be comfortable allowing face coverings to be optional for staff and students, understanding that social distancing cannot always be accomplished in all areas of the school campus? 58% of the 2,036 said no, they would not, with 42% saying it would, they would be. And that is a pretty close divide, which is it's reflective of where we are as a community and the conversations that we're currently having this evening. And then based on COVID-19 in our county, should the district consider revising the current health and safety measures that are in place? 54 say yes. Now, to what measure is to be determined? That's not a very specific question other than saying, here is the current systems that are in place. Should the leadership of this board take action to reconsider our current health and safety measures? And you can see here, 54% of our families are saying yes. Now, in looking at our faculty and staff, very similar questions. We tried to align the questions so there was some consistency. And you can see here, you know, the percents of those who are in our schools, staff at my school, building, office, whatever, are adhering to the outlined health and safety measures. 88 are saying most of the time or all of the time. Going to question number, what health and safety measure guidelines are you comfortable adhering to on and off campus? Once again, evenly distributed throughout. There's not one area in which sticks out. Are you satisfied with the current health and safety measures in place? 83% of the 617, 19 that responded to that say yes, they would. Would you be comfortable with allowing face coverings to be optional, understanding that social distancing cannot always be accomplished in all areas of the campus/workspace? 71% of the 726 that filled that out said no, they would not be. And then number 7, based upon the current status of COVID-19 in our county, should the district consider revising the current health and safety measures that are in place? 60% of faculty and staff said no, we should not. So all things considered, I've done as the board has asked, really took the opportunity to look at those in who we serve in our classrooms, those in who are our freedom fighters, our employees, those who do this work on a daily basis, really to make informed decisions. And once again, I will echo the thought that this is very hard and complex work. My recommendations to facilitate this conversation is as follows. We want to continue to reduce the number of students that are in remote options, continue to encourage families to make decisions to return to brick and mortar when they feel comfortable with our health and safety measures, as well as the academic instruction in which we can provide within that environment. Continue to identify students who are not experiencing success within those remote learning options and collaborate with families to enroll them in brick and mortar. When they're not, their comfort level is just not there, or there's an elderly individual in the house in which they don't feel comfortable returning that student to the brick and mortar, I'll understand it, I will respect it, but I do want to have a conversation with those families to say, can we create a blended model where maybe just your core academic courses, reading and math, can be face-to-face in that transitional-like model to ensure we're giving you the power and purpose of a public school teacher to fill the void that a computer or a program cannot. I'm sorry, I lost my place. For this second quarter of the semester, continue to offer the 3 instructional models with an intention of reducing our virtual models. We've made a commitment to students that are in our magnet or choice programs. There would be no punishment or losing of your spot if you stay in those environments. Maximize the number of teachers who are teaching, or minimize, sorry, Ms. Freeland, minimize the number of teachers who are teaching combination instructional models. That references some of the additional burdens our teachers have taken on. Identify strategies to reduce classes or courses that have been impacted to COVID. So there are some very large, not a lot now, but initially there were some very large classes as students were flowing in and out of the different instructional models. We're in a better place now, but we're going to continue to balance that out for our educators. Continue to make district staff available for substitutes, teaching coverage when needed. And I think Ms. Freeland referenced that today. Attendance for teachers is equivalent to what it was in the previous school year. But we can't do things that we've done in previous years. We can't, hey, you take 3, I take 3, I'll take 3, not a problem, because that kind of gets in the way of social distancing. So we are providing, and you also keep in mind, when a teacher is sick, we want them to get tested, and we provide them the opportunity to go and get tested. But at the same time, we're still doing a very impressive job of maintaining our attendance in our brick and mortar. But we're having to provide individuals from here. I think we had 2 today, 2 yesterday, 2 on Friday. Our principals will contact Mr. Bass, and he will facilitate with district team in order to say who can we get into our schools to ensure that we're providing substitutes when substitutes aren't available and there's not adequate coverage in our school days. Provide additional professional development on strategies for increasing breaks for face coverings during the school day. That's immediate action that we can begin to take in order to ensure it. And then my final recommendation, school board, is to convene a team of health professionals, not those who have read the research, but those who have written the research, and bring those names to this board for approval, really to be in our schools, to look at these health and safety precautions, to make recommendations on when, where, how, if, as it relates to what are the next steps to reducing a mask requirement, to reducing social distancing. I think, taking a one-and-done, rip-off-the-Band-Aid approach is not the best way to go, but to fully explore and be dependent upon medical experts who have a deep, solid understanding, not only what is the research and what is the science, but have the opportunity to go and see what we're doing in our particular schools. And I think that committee should come back, convene, meet, do health and safety impact reviews, very similar to what we do, school and reviews, and come in and put a presentation together and make recommendations to this board on how we understand who we are in the school district of Indian River County, how we believe in the county of Indian River, and what is the appropriate scientific approach that is medically sound that we should be taking and considering as it relates to shifting or modifying the current masking policy, while at the same time working vigilantly with, I said that word wrong, with our staff to ensure that we are in fact maximizing those opportunities to socially distant, maximizing and empowering faculty and staff the opportunity to take those mask breaks. A tentative timeline to consider, and I have paused the timeline based from the 9/22 meeting because the community needed to hear what, if anything, would be changed or modified. If we are okay with convening this committee, conducting this professional development, and going through this exploration regarding our mask requirements, I would begin to survey parents through focus regarding which options they would be selecting. Parents will be contacted by school administrators and counselors regarding advice and support as it relates to which would be the most appropriate model for those particular students moving forward. During the week of October 5th, we would begin that planning. Actually, that is this week. So I would send out that survey this week. Next week, we would begin working with principals in creating the master schedules, the changing of assignments based on the students who have selected those particular models. Then we want to afford the time to ensure teachers are ready to receive their students, which is shifting from a transitional classroom in which you have a computer set up, but you're not ready to receive kids. So it takes time, and we do not want to do what other districts have done, just rush kids back into school, but afford our teachers the time to plan and receive our students during the 19th through the 23rd, and then we would go live with the return to brick and mortar or changes to their instructional models on the week of the 26th. So, Madam Chair, that is the presentation. I know it is a lot of information that I've covered, but I'd be happy to answer any questions you board members may have.
All right. Who would like to be the first?
I'll go first.
Go ahead.
Let me get my notes. There's so much to unwrap here. There's a lot from the citizen inputs through the superintendent's presentation here. There's a lot of information that Dr. Moore also sent us in our email with regard to COVID-19 summary research. Let me see. I think the first thing that I would like to just clarify is that tonight was not a voting night on whether or not we should wear masks or not. This was not a discussion. It was not on our agenda to vote on this tonight. So I know that a lot of you came out, thinking that that's what was going to happen. That was not. We were just asked to meet to receive this updated information. I have a feeling that we will be voting on that soon, but it certainly wasn't on the agenda for that to happen tonight. So your words and your voices were not void. They were not for nothing, because we needed to hear them. We needed to hear everyone's opinion. Lots of emails came in on both sides, both pro and against. I can say that it's very important that I think Ms. Freeland said, gave us a compliment that no one on the board does not have children's best interests at heart. We all do. And I said this at the last meeting, and I'll say it again, and I'll keep saying it. When the proposals were brought to us as to how we were going to open up schools and what it was going to look like, there were lots of revisions to the plan. There were lots of edits. We just did not have the community voices coming forward and speaking as they are now, either for or against. We just moved forward, and we did the best that we could do at the time to ensure everyone's safety as best as possible based on the information that we were receiving, which was obviously well into the beginning of the summer. I mean, at that point, there were a lot of unknowns. I personally think that, masks should be optional. But my decision cannot be made. I think the fireman who came in, I'm sorry, I don't remember his name. He said it best when he said, collect the information, get all of the data, and make an informed decision. And that's what I appreciate that we are doing now. We asked the superintendent to collect the data, to send out a survey so that we're not blindly making decisions, get information from parents, get information from, staff, get information from the CDC, from the health department, from wherever and everywhere you can get the information. Inform us so that we can move forward. And now that we are receiving all of this, and we're receiving all of your emails, and we're receiving your phone calls, I'm sure that we are going to move forward with specific regard to the masks. I will say that I would like to see some of the recommendations that Dr. Moore offered on page 31 seem comprehensive, they seem workable. I would like to add a plan, though, and Dr. Moore and I talked about this. I would like to see a plan added there that would be a plan that, I don't know what you want to call it, if you want to call it an ease out of a mask plan, I don't know what you want to call it, but something that would move us from where we are now to highly recommended to optional to none. I'd like to see us move in that direction. We do have a lot of things that come into play. If we are transitioning students or trying to transition students from virtual or hybrid into the brick and mortar, I don't know, I don't know if it was Ms. Freeland, I don't know if all of these variables at once would take a toll, but I don't see anything negative in actually transitioning us out of the masks, moving in that direction. But I don't know if now is the right time to just go from one day to the next and just say optional. I'm not sure. I'd like to see what that would look like in terms of a timeline for us to move in that direction, considering that the COVID numbers continue to decline. I am aware that personally I have incredible concerns about the numbers that the CDC puts out. I have concerns about the information that the health department puts out. I'm just very cautious about that. But I don't want to discredit the fact that there is a virus out there and that for many people, especially those who have underlying conditions, it could be pretty serious. I'm thankful that our plan has been one of the plans that other districts have looked at thus far. And I do want to believe that one of the reasons why we do not have such high numbers in our schools is because we have had a good plan. That said, I was one of the only board members who did not want to see or had very serious concerns about elementary school children with masks on. That's not, that's not a secret. I said it at board meetings. And I have said over and over and over again, students should not have masks on when they're in PE. They should not have masks on when they are able to social distance. They should not have masks on when they are outside. I have said it over and over again, and I do trust that Dr. Moore is going to make sure that these opportunities are not missed with regard to getting that word out. There was something that was mentioned earlier that a parent was told, and I think I took notes that the parent was told that it is the way of the board, or the board, something about, you know, whatever the board decides, that's what it is. And I don't know exactly what that quote was, but it was pretty heavy-handed, and that's not my opinion. That's not my voice. When we vote on something, we vote on it, even if there is one vote off, and something gets passed. If I do not vote favorably and all the other board members vote favorably for something, just an example, I stand on my professional word to support the board on that decision, even if I didn't initially choose that. If I didn't initially decide that that's what I wanted, the decision to move forward with it is one that, you know, collectively, I will stand to support whatever that decision ultimately is. And so ultimately, we did approve a plan to move forward and open up the schools. And here, what was originally supposed to be about this time, a discussion to move into transitioning students from the brick and mortar, from virtual and the hybrid into coming back into school, then the mask mandate stuff started to come about, which I understand. So here we are, and some of the other concerns that I have with regard to the data, I think I want to ask Dr. Moore, and we've talked about this before, is virtual instruction, because there are a lot of missed opportunities for kids to have assessments based on the data that we were given. And so I think from an educator's standpoint, some of the discussion there really needs to be about what's happening in virtual instruction, what's happening in the virtual environment, what's happening in the hybrid environment. Are teachers taking the facilitators, route, and in some cases they ought to? Are we missing opportunities for direct instruction? Are we missing opportunities for those differentiated instructional opportunities and strategies? Because those can absolutely be done in a virtual environment. In fact, I think that there are more opportunities to provide for differentiated instruction and for various, assessments. And part of that has to deal with professional development as well. I just don't want us to rush to remove kids or encourage kids out of virtual when parents are opting to get their kids to stay in virtual. And if that's the case for parental choice, then I think we need to move in a different direction at that point. So part of the recommendations for me, I would like to add to that. I said originally the transition out of masks. I'd also like to see a plan to grow our virtual instruction, to grow that program, right? To grow the hybrid and improve those instructional strategies so that kids are not in these programs and losing out on academic possibilities. Does that kind of make sense?
Through the chair, I 100% agree, and I can give a high level of assurance that we have grown the quality of instruction as it relates to virtual over the course of the last 8 weeks. We have added the opportunity for direct contact, which is a conversation we had weeks ago, where those teachers are pulling those students together to get that direct impact. Our goal, if a student is finding success within that curriculum, absolutely continue on as we grow ourselves in the craft of teaching in that particular model, which is a skill. And then we become more efficient at it, and we could remediate those students as a result of our own growth, absolutely fine. But there is a contingent of students who just struggle with that core instruction, and those are the students in which we really need to problem solve with. And it is you look at those who haven't taken the assessment, those who entered in thinking, hey, this is going to be like the provisional model, where it's just a lot of at my grade level interventions, which is iReady, versus going to something that is at the rigor or the complexity of the particular standard. So those are the ones who are saying, are you struggling? Is this just a time management problem where you're facilitating the child, the youth is being able to manage their own time efficiently, or is it just a struggle with that design? And keep in mind, the decision of choosing virtual wasn't academics first. It was health and safety first. And now we want to go through. I do think we will grow and create a virtual school that will be very innovative and unique going into next school year. I think there are both teachers who are loving it, and there are students who are saying, I'm good. I'm just fine. I love it. And I have my own personal children who were on both sides of that particular coin. So we'll continue to grow virtual, even if, magically, COVID disappeared. We're going to have a solid virtual school that's going to be probably, it definitely will not be our smallest school, which are other conversations we need to have. And in terms of, I wholeheartedly agree, and my intent is through the convening of this mutually agreed upon committee to look at what that plan would be, the time frame of that particular plan, the when and if of that particular plan. I think this is a very, very bold decision that we are considering that has implications at multiple levels. So I agree, in terms of structures and systems, I think I'm really, really good at that. But understanding the complexities of the science behind it and what we're currently doing, I think we need to lean on those experts that we identify really to give us the advice on how and when that plan should be created, on what it would be, the phase out, as you call it. What does that look like? And we would rely on them in partnership with us to create that.
So the people that, in the committee that you will bring to us to approve, right, you're saying here in this, in your suggestion here, that the established team or the team of health professionals and educators that you're wanting to put together would make recommendations to the board, but ultimately the board would have the final say?
Absolutely, and that's the way that it works. I would make recommendations to the board on who would serve on it. We had a team of medical experts prior to the opening of school. I would include the health department. We have our local hospital. There are other pediatricians probably on both sides of the issue. I think that would be fair to ensure that there is balance in terms of perception and understanding. That's just a way to look at it. Walk schools, be in schools, observe the systems and structures that are currently available to come in and make those particular recommendations to us.
Can I?
So I'm going to end with this.
Okay, because I have questions and comments related to what you were talking about, the committee.
So I'll end with this. What I would like to see, it's very, very difficult to ignore all of the voices that are not wanting the masks, as well as it's very, very difficult to ignore all of the voices that want the mask. I mean, we are in a position that is either win-win or not. It's just, I don't know if this is, I'm honored to be an elected official in this position, but right now I think it's probably one of the most difficult, because I want to make the right decision by everybody. I want to make a decision that's going, I wish I could make a decision that's going to make everybody happy. And I know that not everybody is going to be happy all of the time, and not everybody in that case will be safe all of the time. So at this point, I would like to hear from other board members, but I certainly, those two items I'd like to add as a recommendation, Dr. Moore, for consideration, and then we'll. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Go ahead. I want to listen.
No,
Me?
please, yeah, please.
Normally the chair goes last, but I do have, I have a lot of notes, so I just, I probably have about an hour that I want to talk about, because I have a lot of concerns. And Dr. Moore and I have had plenty of conversations, having 2 at the high school, 1 at the middle school, and 3 grandchildren at one of the elementary schools. I know the plan that we implemented right here is not the plan that's being delivered in our schools. And that's where I get very upset and frustrated, that we took all this time to come up with this, and we send it out to the schools, and it's supposed to be delivered to the principals, who are supposed to bring it down to the school level, but it's not happening in all situations. And that's where the problem is, because when I look at this, our reopening plan was a pretty good plan. And I do think it's a plan that most school districts should adopt if it was implemented and applied the way that we had intended. But I'm going to tell you right now, just as we know, and I heard Mrs. Barrenborn bring it up at the last meeting, masks were being mandated during PE. We have these large fields with our kids wearing masks outside, which infuriates me. Going on, our face covering, specialized preventive health and safety measures, face covering. Face coverings will be required for students and staff at all times when social distancing is not possible. It says it repeatedly in here, when not possible. But you can go on our Facebook right now and you can see pictures of our classrooms with our kids. We're up here, we're social distance, but if we were in a classroom in one of our schools, more than likely, those kids would have to wear a mask, even though they're not socially distanced. And I know that from experience. And this is something that I get upset about, because if we were implementing the policy the way that it should be implemented, we wouldn't be here having this problem right now. Our policy said when social distancing is not possible, that's not being done. In addition, it says that when you're going to and from the hallway in transition, mask. You're on the bus, mask. In those short amount of times, when we implemented this policy, it was for those short durations, and we were given the thought that these kids, when they're sitting in the classroom, that they're going to have that availability to take their mask off. That's why I'm thinking that we had the 2-week planning for our staff and our teachers so that they could prepare classrooms for social distancing. So now I'm finding out that didn't happen. I'm also finding out that even though when the kids are socially distanced, it's give or take whatever the teacher feels like doing, the teacher can make the rule that I don't care if you're social distance or not, you're going to wear the mask. Well, that is not what we approved. That is not our policy. And if that had been implemented, we would not have the complaints that we have right now. I'm going to pretty well guarantee that. You might have a couple, but I am upset because what I am seeing, and I think we had a parent that also sees it on social media. This is my classroom, these are my rules. Well, since when did that happen? So, and I agree with one of the other parents. Are we doing what's best for adults, or are we going to be doing what's best for kids? And I
want to just, may I just speak to this for a second in support?
And normally I'm quiet and I just listen to the others, but I'm really upset about this because I've not had a chance to speak on this. And so
I understand, and as a parent, I feel it, and I just want to support you in this because you are being very public and you are going out and speaking, and it is difficult as a school board member, and we have jobs to do. And you know, I've really sifted through where does the accountability lie for the decision making in this, and it does lie with this school board. So whether we like it or not, this is the job that we have, and we are the official authority on whether or not masks are mandated. The only thing that is continuing to keep masks mandated in our schools is the fact that it is in our reopening plan as written, and if we change that, then that changes. So that's important for us to know as a school board. There is no emergency mandate in place right now that's superseding anything. I have concerns, as you have concerns, that the plan has not been implemented properly and as I thought it would be. And I had concerns about masks. I want to apologize to Mrs. Wilson because, you know, I looked at her during the last meeting and I said, in the initial meeting, I said, you know, at this point now as a parent and as a school board member, I feel like it's so important to get schools back in session, brick and mortar schools back in session, that I'm willing to go along with this reopening plan and the use of masks when social distancing isn't possible. But what we've seen and the data you showed us tonight only serves to show the importance of brick and mortar instruction. So we're really dealing with two different issues. We're dealing with the fact that you'd like to extend transitional, and that's not something that this board had agreed to initially, and I asked you for the data to show why you felt that transitional learning needed to be extended. And some of the evidence that you've shown is that students in virtual learning are not successful if they are level 1 or 2, and you'd like to see those students transition into the transitional model or into brick and mortar or into some different supported virtual instructional model. And I understand that, I hear you, I think those are concerns we all shared about some of those students, and I appreciate you putting attention to that. The other question is the masks. And as was stated tonight in Mrs. Kovaleski's email, we've got a problem because parents have rights, and in the statute it states that as a Florida parent you have the right to make health care decisions for your minor child unless otherwise prohibited by law. It also states the right to make medical decisions to address any needs of your minor child. This is a matter between you and your minor child and a competent health care professional chosen by you. So I will not be supporting the committee that you're presenting tonight, that idea. I will not be supporting that. I do not believe we need more unelected bureaucrats making decisions for students in this district. And I support you in many, many things that you do, but this is an important issue. We've had what amounts to a notice being given, and I'm sure the school board attorney can weigh in at some point if she'd like, given to us that there will be some legal action taken if we do not move forward. I do believe that we are now masking, and we do not, as school board members, have the right to mandate that the masks. We do not have the right to mandate it. And, you know, I don't know what to do with that as an elected official, but someone has to stand up and say, this is what we're responsible for, yes or no, and then move forward in that decision-making process. So just like you have the responsibility to run schools and get schools back in session, we have the responsibility as school board members to make sure that we're upholding our end of the law as well. So I'm really concerned now about where we stand in violating the rights of parents and students. You know, and I'd like to say that this is a small conversation about masks, but it isn't. We have a vaccine looming. I've just seen the governor say that he is sending out thousands of tests to schools. This school board is going to have to address the idea as to whether or not we're going to allow for testing in our schools of students, rapid testing. So these decisions are not made in isolation. Masks are one step towards, on the line of decisions this board will have to make. And we have not implemented this plan with fidelity as far as the masks are concerned. We have penalized children. I'm aware of students receiving office discipline referrals for forgetting a mask when they got on the bus. The other 2 points I just want to make, Mrs. Zork, and then I'm done. We have ignored two very, very important issues that used to be very important. Number one, social emotional development in students. For years, I have been told that SEL is one of the most important, if not most important, factors for students to feel comfortable and safe in their learning environment in order to achieve well. We are ignoring that data completely. The other issue is technology. We have questions, and scientists have questioned, and teachers have questioned the use of technology in education, and yet we continually seem to forget all of this information and data and continue to move forward in a what's best for adults, not what's best for kids decision-making process. When you came here, you promised us you would do what was best for kids. Right now, I'm asking you to do that. I do not believe turning over the decision-making process or pressuring the board through some type of committee made up with school district selected people is the right way to safeguard parental rights. And I believe this board needs to move forward in a very, very, very careful fashion as to how we continue to limit the rights of parents and students in our schools.
Okay. So when we were discussing our reopening plan, board members, if you don't mind, I'll continue on some of my areas. It was during the workshop, and I specifically had the question because I was concerned about giving our students identifiable information over to a third party.
Yes.
And I was promised that was not going to happen. That is not the case, because what we have is we have a student that gets identified as having COVID, then the health department comes in, gets the name of all those students, has the name of those students. That's identifiable information. Did we give permission? Do we have permission to give that information over? No, I don't think these parents have signed a release to give their information over to the health department. So I'm concerned about that. If my child's information got handed over to the health department, I guarantee you, I would be furious, because that is a violation of their privacy. So I'm upset about that. I just learned about that because one of the parents contacted me. But like I said, if we had implemented this plan the way it was supposed to, we wouldn't be having the problems that we're seeing right now. Another area is about mask breaks. Well, some teachers give them, some teachers don't. I guess sometimes you have kids that ask for more mask breaks than others, and that might be a little annoying, so those kids don't get the mask breaks that they probably need. So it's really dependent on, does the teacher want to give the mask break?
There's also a punch card for bathroom usage in some of our middle schools. You only get one bathroom visit per week.
So that's not being applied the way that we had intended it to be applied. I had a situation that one of my children was sitting in class, and he pulled his mask down under his nose, and he was switching masks, actually, because he had this shield and then he had this mask, and we went and got a special doctor's note because he was having anxiety with the mask. 6th grade, having anxiety, throwing up, diarrhea before going to school, because he has 2 teachers that he's having issues with the mask. The other teachers are fine. There's not issues there, but he's having issues with these two teachers. So we went and got a modified note so that he could have the shield. Maybe that would help him. One said they didn't care about the note, and then the other said you're going to wear the shield and the mask. So, yes. So it's not just other parents that are going through this. If I did not know what this is, I could not be fighting for us to enforce this the way that it should be intended. So I did take the plan. I highlighted the plan. I said, can you please give this to your teacher? And he did, and the teacher refused to read it. Yep, refused to read it because I said, have your teacher call me if there's an issue. So I know teachers are selectively enforcing what rules they want to enforce, and it's the few that's causing the problems for the rest. So if I had to vote right now because of the way it's been implemented, I would go optional because it's not being implemented right. You know, I look at the survey, and I look at what it's asking. It said, what health and safety guidelines are you comfortable adhering to on campus? And right here, it says, wear face coverings when social distancing is possible. And there's a high number that says, yeah, let's do that. Well, wouldn't we all if it's when social distancing isn't possible? But that's not what's being implemented. It's wearing face coverings all the time. I'm looking here at, you know, I've made notes all through this. Staff at my school office are adhering to outline health and safety measures. 52%, if I look at this survey, 52% of the survey showing most of the time, some of the time, rarely. So that's telling me there's an issue. It's not just in the Zork household. It's an issue if 52% of through our surveys also saying that there's problems. I look at number 6. Would you be comfortable with allowing face coverings to be optional, understanding that social distancing cannot always be accomplished on all the areas of the campus? This survey said 71. No, they wouldn't be comfortable if social distancing isn't possible. I think most of us would be not. I think what this really should say is when social distancing is possible, do you feel comfortable not wearing a mask? But we don't have that question here. And then I'm going to go into, we've already talked the face mask breaks. We know that's selective. I mean, if the kid's a good kid and, you know, not outspoken, they probably get more mask breaks than the kid that probably talks and interrupts the class. So it's very selective on that. And then I look at providing additional development for mask breaks. I don't see that changing. We're already 7-8 weeks into the term. And then I do have here, establish a team of health professionals and educators to advise and assist the districts. One thing I look at that and I think we have 2,100 employees, we have 16,000 kids, and 16,000 kids, if you times it times 2, give or take, that's 32,000 parents. So if we have 2,100 employees and 32,000 parents, but establish a health team of professionals and educators, where are the parents? on this. So I would not approve any type of advisory team that wasn't at least minimum 50% parents. And then I still have some reservations on how we select the parents. So I'm not happy about how this has been implemented, so I'm not really comfortable with some of the suggestions, and it's not on your part, Dr. Moore. It's just I feel after talking to you multiple times, you're very true in trying to get it implemented in the schools, but it's not completely happening. So that's my take. Go ahead.
For me, this is coming down to three main issues. And for me, one of them is consistency and consistency of implementation and how that's occurring, and ensuring that there is consistency around things like mask breaks and PE and when social distancing is possible. So I think there has to be some attention to that. The second issue, I think, is, as Mrs. Freeland brought up, the idea of changing up a variety of variables at the same time and the risk that that potentially causes. So I have some concerns, and that brings up the third issue, which is parents are now at the position of have to make decisions for their kids for the second 9 weeks and then ongoingly. And we can't ask them to make decisions in conditions, about conditions that they don't know. And so right now, we've established a set of conditions that clearly need to be, that there needs to be additional oversight into ensuring that those conditions are happening, the consistency of mask policy and when there's breaks and all of that. But parents have to be able to make decisions about what their kids are going to do, knowing what the district is doing. And I'm concerned about switching those two things up at one time. And I think it's parents, it's kids, and it's teachers. Because frankly, if we're not also listening to the teachers, then we've lost the backbone of the district. And I think we have to be really attentive to that. So so I don't have a problem with the idea of a committee of health professionals, including parents. I don't have a problem with that. I think we make decisions based on scientific evidence and the best evidence we can possibly find, and I think we have to be clear about what that is and where that comes from. I think we have to give clear direction about what the policy is and ensure that it's being followed, and we have to have a strategy for how that occurs, and we have to have a consistent way that that occurs in schools and in the district. But I'm particularly concerned that we're at a moment now where there's confusion about when the 9 weeks ends, and that parents are unable to make the decision if they don't know what are the conditions into which they're sending their kids. And I think we have to be clear about that. And I think that we hear, I could go through the 90 gazillion references that people have given me for and against, and I'm not going to do that. My primary number one concern is for the health and safety and well-being of our students, of our teachers, and our families. There's disagreement on how we accomplish that. Clearly, there's disagreement on how we accomplish that. I personally believe we do it based on science. I believe we do it based on, we do it based on scientific recommendations inside of a conversation about how we best protect our students, our families, and our teachers.
May I answer back to that for a second? So I think a lot of the things you're saying are valid, but to say that we're doing this to protect students is a fallacy. So let's not use that. To be fair, students are not at risk here. If we're doing it to protect our teachers, if masks work, then I think our teachers should be provided all of the PPE that they would like to have and that we can provide for them. We have received over $3 million in CARES money, and we can start talking about how we've spent that, if everybody would like to do that. But if teachers are at risk, studies have shown that teachers are more likely to get it from each other than they are from the students in their classroom. Teachers are able to socially distance from other adults on school campuses. If teachers would like to mask and wear PPE, if masks work, they work.
They can protect the teachers. But I think at this point, your point is fair. Parents deserve to know where we're going forward. Absolutely. And I'm at a point right now that I would like to move that we take a vote on whether or not masks are required. Because, you can be recognized by the chair, and absolutely you can, but I'm speaking right now. Because it doesn't seem to be that we're putting children first in this decision-making process. And I need some clarity on what we're supposed to be doing here.
Okay.
Thank you.
Dr. Schiff, were you done? My turn?
Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm going to sound like I'm all over the place because my notes are all over the place.
Right.
And that is because I've spent numerous hours on the phone, speaking to people in person, even walking on the beach, talking to somebody that came up to me, reading all the emails, the several emails, responding the best way I could with how many we received. I also called some people to get further advice, because this is a difficult decision. Yes, it is our decision, but we have obviously a very divided community on this. We have a divided nation on this. It's a divided world on this. This is not just our problem, but it is our problem. So what I did is I called lots of different people, and lots of different people called me. And one that I called out of many was FSBA. I could talk to Andrea Messina, and I asked her, not her opinion of it, I asked her, are other boards dealing with this? And how are they dealing with it? That's what I wanted to know. That is where I think you got the idea of the panel. Because I asked her, what are boards that have a divided community about this doing? And she said, basically, they started with a medical team and some parents and some school board, some employees on a team that walked campuses, saw what was in place, and said, we recommend the following for these reasons. And they continued to have, they did that over the summer, and then they continued to have those teams in place to meet with the board so the board could have a workshop and talk about it. It wouldn't be the team saying, you got to do this. I don't think that's the way I was trying to have him, or I conveyed it to him anyway. It was trying to get as much scientific input and as much information as we could do so that we could remove masks, so that we can get back to some normalcy. Because some of the other people I spoke to, and I spoke to several doctors, and I spoke to people in the hospital, and I spoke to the Vice Chancellor of Education, who spoke to the Chancellor after they heard what I said, who spoke to the Surgeon General of the state of Florida after they heard what I said, because of the concerns that we're all voicing, and that is, I'm sorry, I'm getting disrupted from whatever's going on over there. If you want to talk, please go outside. This is our meeting. I'm sorry. Florida School Board Association. So, sorry about that, but it's our meeting. I figured they knew what it meant, but you're right. I should say what that is. Florida School Board Association. So basically, I asked, okay, what do these teams do to help? And they said they give advice, and they give information to help with this. My goal is to get masks off of kids. But when I talked to all these people, several in the know, said, you're not looking at a couple months of this. You're looking at 1 year to 2 years of this. And I can't see us masking kids for 1 year to 2 years. There's no way. So how can we move towards that and yet try to make people happy and try to come to a middle agreement? Because, you know, when you negotiate, you start at this end and this end. You don't come immediately to the middle. You come and you say, we would like this, and then you start to come to the middle as you get agreements. And that's why I think this isn't an easy decision to make right now. And here's why. First of all, our parent results were very divided, 52-48. However, we got an overwhelmingly strong message from our employees not to change it. However, are all our employees following what we put in place? And the answer is no. And I got that from lots of conversations I had this week, one being a teacher that told me, interestingly enough, that she worked with teachers on her campus that refused to follow the rules. And when she pointed out to them that the school board had a conversation about demasking kids right away, this teacher panicked and said, I better start following the rules. And it was interesting that that's what it took for one teacher. And I'm saying that there are teachers that say, this is my classroom and my rules. I've heard it. I've been a teacher for 38 years. I know it happens. There are those small things. So the day after the meeting last time, I got on my bike and I went to 4 campuses, and I did not tell the principal I was coming. I was only stopped by one SRO, and I was outside the field. I stood next to the fence on the playground. Now, if you saw an adult standing there staring at children, wouldn't you want to say something? I actually had to call 2 teachers over because I thought, you know, nobody's really stopping me here, which was quite interesting. But I will say the SRO at Citrus, good job. He came over and asked, who am I and what am I doing there? So I only saw one situation where kids were too close together talking, but none of the kids were wearing masks, none of them. And they were all out playing, they were all out having a ball, they were all out being normal kids outside. So I was really happy with that. But then when I spoke to another teacher or two, I heard about some other incidences. I heard about a specific school where a specific teacher or two says, no, you have to wear a mask because I'm tired of telling you to be away from each other when you're outside. Then I heard another school said, we gave up on that because we know kids are going to be kids and they're going to be too close together. So, you know, what's the answer here? The answer is to follow what the school board says to do. And we've already got that in place. So I think that's the frustration level here is what you said. You know, we have parents that said, well, you said that, but that's not what's happening. And it is frustrating. Although, when you look at districts, you know, we've got a district that's just down the road, well, an hour and a half away, who's having the actual opposite problem. They're going back to school and parents are upset that they're not putting masks and all these other things in place as much as they want. So it's like, okay, well, you've got one community wanting the opposite of another community. We need to worry about our community. However, we do have people from other communities that come into our community all the time and leave, and we have kids that are exposing their family and friends to whatever they expose them to, which as a teacher, we know 10 days into school, that's when I usually get sick because you're exposed to kids. There was somebody that emailed us about 4 counties that are making masks optional. It's only 4 out of 67 counties. Out of those 4 counties, there's only 3 counties that are making it optional totally. The other one is just optional for 2nd grade and below. One of those counties, and I believe Mr. Bass, that's your old county, one of the high schools had to quarantine for 2 full weeks. So what happened is, because they weren't wearing masks or making them optional, instead of saying only 15 kids have to quarantine, the entire school had to shut down for 2 weeks. I don't want to see that happen. I don't think that's good. Because we'll be right back here with a lot of other people, especially high school people, if it happened in high school, saying, why did my kid now can't go to high school for 2 weeks? So that scares me. But I don't think this is and thanks for quoting me, and that's a rip off the Band-Aid sort of thing. It is let's ease back into this with the right information that we need to move forward to make people feel secure and happy. Because I'm going to tell you, you might not think it's about the teachers, but without a teacher, you're not going to have school and you're not going to have your child being taught. So I am concerned about the fact that our teachers need to feel comfortable. But do they have the right to say, no, I'm not going to follow your rules? No, we pay them to do what they're supposed to do. And if you agree to the contract, then you agree to the contract. And if the school board says we're going to do X, Y, and Z, you agree to it or you don't agree to it and you leave. But we can't keep changing all this all the time. And thank you for quoting my other conversation I had with you about the variables. I'm a science teacher, and like I said to you, you change one variable at a time. And if we're going to bring kids back in from transitional, and we're going to remove masks, now we got all these variables going on that's too much at one time. We've got to do one thing first, and then we can start moving towards the other things. And especially if you have parents who've been told, you can come back to brick and mortar
under certain conditions, and now we're changing the ballgame again. And we've changed the ballgame lots of times, the rules. And it's frustrating because this is a pandemic. But if we take masks off right now, and this is one of the calls I made, the health department will quarantine us more. I had such concerns about some of the quarantines that are happening with our schools. For example, they tell us do X, Y, and Z. We do X, Y, and Z, and yet we still have kids quarantined that weren't in X, Y, and Z at all. So what's frustrating about that is we're following the guidelines that our public health department is telling us to do, and yet they're still changing things on us and quarantining more kids. So I made a call to the Vice Chancellor of Education and asked specifically about that. Who was concerned and called the Chancellor? Who was concerned and called the Surgeon General? So I am concerned about how we deal with that, because we are under the guideline of 3 different things, okay? We have to follow the CDC recommendations, which I have right here. They recommend masks. We have to follow, we have to follow the ordinance of the County Commission, which they have, the ordinance is September 15th, and they have, all persons working in restaurants have to wear face coverings. All persons working in county facilities have to wear coverings. All persons,
I'm sorry, I'm going to have to ask you to leave and go in the lobby if you keep interrupting.
I have the most recent information right here. Okay. So then and they have exceptions to the rule. And that's the other thing that bothers me, is when you're talking about 504s and 504 plans, which is something that a child can be put on if they're not a child of disability, and kids of disability, there are exceptions in here, and all of these plans for those kids. And yet I'm still hearing, and you know because I've been on the phone with you about a couple of them, about schools and teachers saying, no, we don't have to follow that. You may say that the child can come to school without a mask, but I'm not going to teach that child now. Well, we do have to provide them with a free and appropriate education, and we have to figure out how to do that socially distanced, safe for the teacher, safe for everybody else, but we have to do it. We can't say no. And so we have to make sure that we're following those things too. When people say to me, well, doctors wear masks all day and they're fine and they don't worry about CO2, and I say, yeah, except for doctors change their mask every time they see a new patient. We can't afford to do that. We can't afford to have kids constantly changing masks. And those are sterile masks. I'm hearing about a lot of kids coming to school, dirty masks, they're touching them, they're below their nose, they're all over the place. I have teachers that are just kind of giving up, they've told me, because it's so frustrating to deal with. And I get that. The reason why I asked Dr. Moore to possibly get some people to help us is because we did have a very vocal person here last time who actually is against masks, but very involved with the medical field, who said, we actually have a team that goes through the hospital and shows us different ways that we can do this so that we are now not making our patients that have COVID wear masks.
Right.
Right. That's why I'm saying we need people like that to help us make this decision to say, what can we do in our schools to make teachers feel safe so we can start to remove masks for kids, okay? We've already said when socially distanced, outside, that should be happening, period, already. We don't need anybody else to tell us that because we've already put that in place and teachers have agreed to teach here, so that's what they should be doing, period. It needs to be followed through. But the reason why I asked for the other is because there are things that she told me in our hour-and-a-half conversation that they've been putting in place in hospitals and other places that we should be looking at and considering. And I'm not a health professional. I'm not a medical expert. Everybody's been sending us links to every single thing and expecting us to read all this stuff. You know, it's almost to the point of ridiculous because there's so much stuff out there and data can be skewed anyway, so it's really frustrating to deal with. But I will say this. Last time we all agreed to have Dr. Moore send out the surveys.
I did not agree to that.
When you weren't at the meeting.
I was at the meeting during the day when you brought it up, and I didn't agree with it then, and I wasn't at the meeting that night. You're right, it was my son's birthday, but I still don't agree with it.
Can we let her finish, please?
We agreed, the people that were at the business meeting, to have Dr. Moore send out a survey. However, I think that when you put your own survey on Facebook, you're now allowing implicit bias. And we've got to be very careful when we do that as a board member. I do understand wanting to get input from as many people, I get that. But I think when we're bored and we say we direct the superintendent to do something like that, I think we should allow that to happen without, now you've opened it up to a big can of worms, because then there's this debate about whether or not that's a real survey or the school district survey. I got lots of calls over, I got lots of questions about it. I just felt very frustrated over that. So in the future, I would just like for Dr. Moore to be the one that we ask to do surveys and things like that for. Because I wouldn't do them on my own. Of course, people are going to tell me whatever they want on their own. They're going to call you, they're going to email you, we're all board members and they know it and they're going to call us and tell us. I don't think we should elicit, though, getting a survey on our own page where you know it's only going to be seen by certain people, okay?
Can I respond to that? I'm going to let her respond to that, Mrs. Barrenborg, since you've brought it up.
Yeah, since this is clearly coming up as an issue. First off, the reason it became an issue is because it was a volatile subject. It's not the first time it's happened in this district or in any other district. There were times that happened in the past. There are times it's happened in other districts. I was absolutely 100% clear that this didn't represent the board or the district in any way, shape, or form, and I said that about 3 different times. If I had been concerned that I was violating any possible representation or law, I would have been and am always checking with our attorney about that. I'm always checking with our attorney to make sure I'm not violating anything. I made it perfectly clear that this was for my use only. At no point did I say I was representing the district, the board, nor did I say that I was even going to bring it up at a board meeting. I was soliciting information from a constituency that I had no intention. And where and how it was shared by others was completely beyond my control. There's been an accusation that I shared it somewhere that's completely untrue. It was on a public page. It had public access. How it gets shared beyond that is not down to my control. That said, had it been about a different issue, had it been about school start times, for example, had it been about should we have different options, had it been about any number of other things that were not as contentious, I doubt it would have blown up that way. But it doesn't matter what I think might or could or should have happened. What happened, happened. But in no way, shape, or form did I at any point represent that I was speaking for the board or for the district, and I qualified that any number of times.
Okay,
Can I speak to
can
that
I
for a
finish
second?
then? Can I finish then?
Yeah, wait, when
Can
we're
I finish
talking,
then?
I feel like
Can I
this-
finish then?
What, are you about the same
No,
topic?
no, I just
Well,
wanted to say
then-
thank you for that. I appreciate your comments. I just wish that it hadn't happened, that's all. That's what I'm saying, is because I think that sometimes you can get implicit bias that way, and believe me, those terms are thrown out all the time. And so, you know, anytime you do statistical analysis like that, you want to be very careful of bias, that's all.
Clearly.
And so you brought it
Which
up,
I was
Mrs.
not,
Barrenborg. Mrs.
which I wasn't
Justice
doing, and I
speak
qualified
to
that
it.
I wasn't doing
Okay.
at any point. So,
Yeah, I mean, since it's been brought up, I'm just going to say, I think you're right. I think it was a volatile situation which allowed it to become like it was the timing of it and the issue itself made it definitely more inflamed. However, it delegitimized the entire survey process because, and I think in hindsight, maybe you would make a different decision only because I think, and I've learned through this, you know, I mean, we had a survey go out through the district. There were people who didn't know. Was it the district survey? Was it a school board survey? I don't think we need to belabor it, but I do think it delegitimized the survey. It certainly did for me. So, you know, and I wasn't a fan of the original survey to begin with. You know, so I just want to make that point. I appreciate you speaking to it. We all make mistakes, you know.
yeah, to be clear, I want to, as long as we're having the conversation, I don't think it delegitimized the school district survey in any way. The school district survey went out to Through Focus, 2 people connected directly with the district. It went out to school. There was a survey that went out to district employees. There was a survey that went out to parents. It was controlled by the district through Focus.
This had nothing to do with that.
Right, but your survey went out before our survey even went out. So people were anticipating a survey that
My
the school
survey
board had
didn't go
spoken
out.
about.
My survey didn't go anywhere. My survey was posted on Facebook, where there's 400 people
I
who follow it.
understand, I
That's it.
understand, but I mean, it was shared and shared and shared. So, I mean, whether you intended for that to happen, it did happen. I'm just telling you, for me as a board member making decisions today, and I'm allowed to have my own opinion on one vote, it delegitimized the survey process for me. So that's my
You
opinion.
disagree, but you're entitled to your
Well,
opinion.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, just for clarity, as board members, we're elected, and we do not have a school district Facebook account that's related to the school district. If we create a Facebook page, it's our own private Facebook page. It's not related to the school district. And with that being said, who's on your Facebook page are your constituents and your friends, and board members know that.
Who's
So
on your board Facebook page?
there is not a such thing as a board Facebook
If you
page.
create a school board member Facebook page,
But it's your
you have
own.
to clarify that.
It's your
not
own.
official, though.
It's your
There's
own
no official standing to
private.
that.
Yes,
I-
that's-
It could be the Mara Schiff has
page.
green hair page. There's no official standing to
There
that.
is-
It's a way that we communicate, and that's it.
So, I mean, when I post,
I'm not disagreeing with you, but anything that we post on our school board Facebook group page is still subject to public records as an elected official.
absolutely.
But
So I
that's
just
different.
want to
Yeah.
clarify
Yeah.
that it's not just
No.
personal, that there is a page that you've created that says school board member, and that is still subject.
but we all have a right on our own Facebook page to post any question that we want to post, because that is how we communicate with our constituents. Dr. Schiff's constituents, majority might not be my constituents, but, or, I don't know, I'm
Well, to
just
the
saying,
constituent-
but,
Everybody in this county is all of our constituents. Who happens to communicate
your
with us may be
pers-
different.
exactly.
But we represent the entire county.
We do, but I mean, we only serve in a quasi judicial capacity when we're at an impasse hearing or something. Otherwise, you are, I mean, anyway, we're talking about a
So
subject.
anyways, even though she posted that, I do agree it's a hot topic. It is an issue right now because it's a hot topic. But
One last thing about it,
we
too.
all have our own rights, and I don't want any other board member to try to limit the voice of another board member in saying you can or can't do this. I just think that you need to, and I read it, Dr. Schiff, I knew very clear that it was your own personal survey, so I didn't misconstrue it that way, and as a board member, I wouldn't base my opinion and decision-making on a survey that you pulled on Facebook, so
No, I'll
none
agree-
of us
I'll
would,
agree with
right?
you.
Yeah, and I want to
So-
respond, though, to Mrs. Rosario's comment about public records requests, because it's important. Somebody asked me to take that post down. I didn't do it for that exact reason, because everything we post is subject to public records request, and there needs to be a record of it, whether you agree with it, disagree with it. The series of comments that happened after it are all public records. I didn't take it down as per that person's request for exactly that reason, because then I am liable for trying to shield information in some way. And I want to be absolutely clear about that.
You're right. You are absolutely correct on that.
Yeah,
This
so I
is
didn't
fair.
take it down because
You're right.
I'm liable if I do that. And
Mrs. Berenborg, would you like to wrap it
Sure,
up? And then
sure. I
Mrs.
just want to, the point you made about the bathroom break punch card, very concerning to me, and I'll tell you why. I had this.
You said the point you made. Who are you?
Me.
I wasn't based.
You weren't looking at me, Mrs. Justice.
Okay, sorry.
It's a real thing.
Can I speak? Without being interrupted, okay. About the bathroom break punch card, I have a concern about that. I had that happen to my daughter when she was in high school. And I had a teacher actually take her grade down because she asked to go to the bathroom too many times. Well, excuse me, there was a medical reason for that, and he had no business to know that. So I actually brought the school board policy to the school because I was an assistant principal at the time, so I had the board policy book. And the assistant principal there told me that I was incorrect and that how did I get that book? And was very upset that I even had the book and brought it to the meeting. And so that's been the attitude in the past, okay? I'm very sorry to hear that's still happening. Because I thought I solved that one at Vero Beach High School years ago. But I will say this, that I think teachers don't know board policy and that they have to follow it. Not all teachers. Not all teachers. Some teachers absolutely know board policy. But I think that there are some teachers that just say, well, I can do whatever I want. It's my classroom. You're going to the bathroom too many times, so I'm going to stop that, and here's what I'm going to do. They don't think to say, maybe there's a rule against that. Kind of similar to the mask thing, you know? They're saying, you got to wear a mask all the time. I can't socially distance you outside, so you got to wear it outside. You got to wear it all the time. And we just need to make sure that whatever we're following, teachers, or whatever we say, you know, is policy, that teachers need to follow it. And I agree with you, Mrs. Zork, that we need to give that plan a chance to be followed. We have, but I think we need to make sure that Dr. Moore understands that it's not happening all the time.
Mrs. Short. Mrs., okay. Follow up to that,
Yeah,
Mrs. Rosario.
Oh, no, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Mrs. Rosario, and then you're next.
I didn't make any, other than the 2 recommendations that I requested on that last page when I originally spoke. I wanted to hear from board members before I made any further decisions. And this is a wonderful example of why we need to meet. This is a wonderful example of why we have to have our meetings. And these meetings that are business meetings are not town hall meetings. And I just wanted to throw that in there because I know a lot of people wanted to ask the doctor questions and some other questions. Maybe at another time, Dr. Moore can create an opportunity during this entire pandemic that we're facing to create a public town hall meeting with a panel of professionals so that you all can have an opportunity to have discourse with them. But during our business meetings, it's really for the purpose of our business, right? But that said, this is why I think it's so important for us to meet, because I didn't know any of this was going on. I mean, I have ideas of little pockets of things. I'm getting emails of 1 or 2 that I'm bringing to Dr. Moore's attention as I get them, but certainly not to the extent that I am hearing, and very, very concerning on so many different levels. So rather than, I want to give Dr. Moore an opportunity, because this is also, a lot of the things that I've been hearing are very, very shocking and surprising. Dr. Moore, I have a question for Dr. Moore, and I have a question for Mrs. D'Agresta. Dr. Moore, what are the discussions that are going on with regard to that opening plan on a daily basis with principals and school leaders to ensure that that is a living document? That's something that I know that I have reiterated personally on many occasions, that has to be a living document, and that we have to make availabilities for these accommodations for children. But what happens on your end on a daily basis? And then on the flip end of that, what happens when it's not adhered to?
Through the chair, as I've said on multiple occasions, in schools on a daily basis, as is cabinet, walking schools, looking at the reality that are in our schools, working with principals to implement systems and structures amongst or in the midst of a pandemic. And I can tell you it is not easy work. And at the same time, there is a clearly defined expectation on what individuals in the organization should be doing. And as I said, when we look at what we see in schools, you see principals, you see educators working extremely hard to make the best of a complex situation. Are there pockets of individuals who want to take every opportunity to ensure their own personal safety by saying, yes, you're going to wear the mask? The answer to that question is yes. And we need to work, and we have over the last several weeks to identify where those teachers are, to work with them to ensure they understand this is the structure and how do we uphold that particular structure. On the flip side, we have parents who tell the children, you're going to wear your mask from start to finish. And we've had to work with principals to identify who those children are. So when they have their mask on at all times, there's no repercussion or there is no punishment. I will say in complete honesty, what you see in schools in reflection to the kind of conversation that's been had here tonight really sells short the hard work of principals, teachers, and educators. And they are doing the absolute best they can. Are there shortcomings? Absolutely. In every implementation, there is. But that isn't the majority of implementation. That isn't the majority of what you see in schools. It just simply is not. And that isn't some guy who's sitting here in the district office. That's a guy who's in the schools each and every single day. That's a guy who's willing to say, you know, I know what the truth is. I'm not here to have anyone like me. I don't have any issues, none, holding anyone accountable for when they're not doing what they're supposed to be doing. And the insinuation, quite honestly, is insulting. That's not who I am. And I understand my role as superintendent, and I understand where the buck stops, and I understand how to make difficult decisions and hold individuals accountable. But by no means are we sitting back saying, schools, do whatever you want. Principals, do whatever you want. Wear a mask if you don't want a mask. We are working as hard as we possibly can to provide quality educations in a pandemic, and we are representing a false truth in this conversation.
Wait, excuse me, Mrs.
I'm sorry, I have the floor.
This is my,
A false truth in this conversation. People in our schools are working hard as they possibly can in the midst of a pandemic. Are there individuals who know the rules and aren't following them? The answer to the question is yes. Do we need to shift and modify that? Absolutely. That's the professional development in which we've spoken about. That's what we need to have. That's what we need to do. We need to continue to look at implementation. And yes, this is a hard and difficult conversation to have. It truly is a hard and difficult conversation to have. But to operationalize no masks can't be done overnight. It can't be done overnight. There needs to be a deep thought process on how that would be done. There are negotiations that would need to be done. It is explicit and complex work. My recommendation still is convening a team that the board feels is appropriate, really to go in and have a deep understanding as to what is currently taking place, what is not taking place, and where are the opportunities to fully understand what COVID is in this particular community and how we communicate and create a plan approved by this board on how we ultimately work together to implement that particular plan. It is a hard and difficult conversation. We are in a place that no one thought or no one predicted that we could have been. And what we have done to this point has been an absolutely outstanding work. Are there changes and there are modifications and things that we need to shift and improve upon? The answer is yes. But it is not an opportunity that I think we're capturing. Are there concerns, Ms. Rosario? I think the answer is yes. You know, we have created an advocacy office. Of the 71 complaints that have come into the advocacy, correct me, Mr. Bass, if I'm wrong, the complaints as it relates to masks have been one. In walking and speaking with principals and pulling aside teachers, the schools are implementing a very solid plan, and we can enhance it, we can improve it, and we can make shifts and modifications to ensure everyone understands what has been approved, how it's been approved, to fully implement it with absolute fidelity.
Mrs. Justice, follow up.
Madam Chair, I still had my second question for
Well, we're
Mrs.
going to follow
DiAgresta.
up to this before you go to your
Okay.
second, if you don't mind.
Thank you very much. I feel your anger is a bit misplaced, Dr. Moore. And when you refer to the issues that parents have raised, I consider them concerns that would go to our advocacy office, not complaints. So I'm a little concerned. I also saw the COO of Cleveland Clinic come tonight, have his drop his mic moment, and then leave. While we sit here, the ultimate decision makers who are responsible for making the decision, listening to constituents and community members, spending hours making phone calls, talking to people, reading research, speaking with you, trying to put children first. I've asked two very, very legitimate questions that have yet to be answered regarding our children and their learning in our schools. What is the impact of the social emotional development of our students with continued masking? And as you and I have discussed, the current situation in place with social distancing is not 21st century learning and education. It is not where we anticipated where we would be. So yes, we're having some hard conversations because this board did approve a plan. I was there that night, I remember that, and it's not been executed properly. So the anger, while I get it, everybody feels a heightened sense of anger and concern right now, is valid. But to put it back for kids again, children, when they're not able to have facial recognition and social interaction with their peers in a face-to-face way, tend to resort to anger and aggressive behaviors. So we need to make decisions that are best for kids right now. I recognize you're saying that the system is being tested. I'm going to be honest with you and tell you it is somewhat broken. You said we had teacher vacancies. One of the questions I was going to ask you about that was, were those teacher vacancies in transitional learning or in brick and mortar learning? I also had a teacher tell me this week, and you know, Mrs. Zork said these situations aren't happening just in the Zork household. Other board members have apparently heard of some issues. I'm experiencing some issues of my own. I have a son who has a special learning plan, and that learning plan is being substituted by the use of technology. And that's not what is supposed to be happening. So children are not being served in our classrooms properly. That is the truth. I have heard from teachers and principals that the stress of the three options is breaking the system. So coming tonight, I had an assumption transitional learning was 9 weeks and it was over. So, you know, for as long as we're talking about, I agree, things have to adapt. Things are changing. We need to adapt. I get that. But the idea that making masks optional is not something that we can do is a fallacy. We, in fact, the CDC is not a regulatory agency. They make recommendations. They do not regulate. We are the end say of this issue. And we have to do our jobs. Brevard County has voted 6 times on whether or not to have masks being used in their schools. The county commission has voted. The city council has voted. We have not once. We have, honestly, I think, supported you in a level for a board that has been really outstanding in the face of a lot of controversy, because we have had your back. We have said we accept this plan. We approve this plan unanimously. So spare, you know, the anger, while valid, I get that you're frustrated. We all are. But I don't know that there's a place for it here. Mrs. Rosario had another question for Ms. DiAgresta. That's all I have to say about that. I have a question for Ms. DiAgresta, too. So I'm done.
I'm going to follow up to this because I do think the anger is unjustified. I don't think it's appropriate, Dr. Moore, because you and I have been talking about this, and I've been told numerous times that it's an isolated thing that I'm experiencing, and I've been talking to you about this since day one of school starting. We allowed for 2 weeks extra time so that we could apply the school reopening plan, and now we're into the 8th week. I don't know how much more time is needed for you to, and we've had several shortened days, and we've had PD days. How much more time do we need to go over this? I mean, do we need to print a copy for every single, and again, Jennifer, it's not all the teachers, it's a handful that's causing, us to be here tonight. But we need to get this plan, the next PD, or let's call a special PD, and let's go through this plan with our staff so that they understand. Masks are for transitional. When you're going from classroom to bathroom to cafeteria, mask. When you cannot socially distance, mask. When you're on the bus, mask. But not 5 hours a day in a classroom should there be a mask. And that's what I'm asking, is us to make sure there are no more excuses why this is not being implemented.
Well, and my other question is, we got $3 million in CARES money. If socially distancing students returning back to school was an issue, why didn't we rent portables? I mean, we've got $3 million. So anticipating these issues, yes, we have to adapt. Physically separating students at schools is very, very difficult, if not impossible.
And to say anger, I didn't want to go here, but I'm angry that 14 days ago I get a call because my son was throwing up at school, who I already knew was having anxiety about wearing the mask and going to the certain teacher's class. Then he gets sent home for 10 days unless I get him tested for COVID. But me knowing that it's related to them not implementing this plan. So if you want to talk about angry, that's anger. My son's losing out on these opportunities. And it's to me, it's so simple. And just fix it. If you have a child that your teacher's not allowing you to take the mask off, like I told my son, the next time you go to school, I'm sending you to school with a tape measure. And you're going to show that teacher you're 6 foot apart, and here's the board policy, and if you have a problem, call my mom. I would recommend that if the teacher is not abiding by the board policy, that you have to, we need more specifics on this. We can't, I'm hearing the issues with the mask, and I agree. But we need more identifiable information so that we know who's not applying the policy. So that's my recommendation. And Mrs. Rosari, is it related to this? Because she has a question for this.
No, go ahead.
Mrs. DeAgresta, with regard to legal issues and with regard to the governor's orders, with regard to anything that we can and cannot legally do, mandate, require, can you please clarify for us at this point what gives us, or what would allow us to mandate masks, if anything? And then if you can clarify, if that is true, what was mentioned earlier with regard to the, an order, one of the governor's orders that stated, somebody read it, and it stated that that people could not issue a fine, it was a fine or
Punishment, something punitive.
Punishment, thank you, for wearing masks.
For not
So-
wearing masks.
For not wearing masks. So does that, and it was mentioned that that does not pertain to us. So I'm just asking for clarity from the legal standpoint, from you, what is not allowed, what is something that we can mandate. If that is something that we cannot, or that we can, is it written anywhere in any of the orders, in any of the laws? Can you just clarify all of this for us? Lastly, Part B of that is including or separate the MOUs that we have signed with the teachers. Where does that fall in all of this, please?
So I'll start with the larger issue of the authority of a school board to regulate conduct on its property. And that starts with the Florida Constitution and then just emanates from there in our statutes that govern how a school board governs. And so our Florida Constitution under Article 9 tells us that the school board operates and controls all public education within the county. So we start from that premise. That's the constitutional authority of a school board. From there, our legislators have put into place specific laws that define to a certain extent the authority of a school board, but we can always go back to the constitutional provision that says school boards operate and control all public education within the county. And that gives the school board the ability to hire and fire employees. That gives the school board the authority to educate students, to establish codes of conduct, to establish behavior standards. That gives you the authority to decide how people behave on your property while they are consuming public education, that your clients are consuming your public education. So that's from the overarching, it comes from the Florida Constitution, and then the statutes that are put in place by legislatures that gives you the authority to operate and control public education. The Florida Constitution does not have the word mask in it, so please don't search for a law that says mask. That is going to be a byproduct, if you will, of a decision or an analysis made by a school board in conjunction with the superintendent that talks about safety. The school board is required, as one of its many obligations, to ensure that there is safety with regard to the educational programs that it offers. And safety, many times we think of safety with regard to security, a security guard or SROs or our law enforcement partners. But safety also would address health concerns. I think a great example is the laws that we implement with regard to inoculations of students and certain immunizations that we have to have proof of, or we have to have forms signed by parents with regard to inoculations. I think that's a great example of outside of masking. But if the school board, in receiving whatever information it wishes to receive, makes a determination that a particular thing needs to happen with regard to students, needs to happen with regard to staff, then your authority emanating from the Florida Constitution on down through your statutes that you implement gives you the ability to mandate that if that's what the board wishes to do. With regard to the MOUs that were signed with the union, there are two. They are similar, not identical, but they are similar. The MOUs that I reviewed speak specifically to staff, to members of those bargaining units, and what members of those bargaining units may do, if they wish, with regard to masking. And there are lots of other pieces of information in those MOUs, but I'll focus on the mask component since this has been the topic of the evening. Both of those MOUs speak to members of bargaining units that will wear facial coverings when social distancing is not possible. And in those situations where social distancing is possible, then members of bargaining units have the option to not wear the face coverings. There's also information in there about members of bargaining units being able to arrange their workspace in order to promote social distancing. But neither one of those MOUs speaks to students.
As a follow-up, is anything in the MOUs, does anything state the first 9 weeks being in a transitional model then after the first 9 weeks or by a certain date, they're supposed to move into the classroom, into a brick and mortar. Are there any dates in terms of that, timelines?
To my memory, I don't remember specific timelines other than both of the MOUs sunset in the middle of December. Don't ask me for the date, I don't remember the exact date, but both of the MOUs sunset in the middle of December.
Okay.
And so I am assuming that either there'll be further discussion or the thought was something different would be done after that.
Okay.
But I can't speak to that end date, I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
thank you. I wanted to know that question because it was brought up about
Jackie,
us having this
they're
discussion.
having a hard
about
time
the-
picking you up on the mic.
Sorry. I wanted to ask that question because a board member mentioned that we were supposed to discuss, or that after the first 9 weeks, there was supposed to be no more transitional model. But it was my understanding that after the first 9 weeks, we would discuss what it would look like in terms of COVID-19, would we have, a resurgence of it, would we not? And then at that point, we would discuss possibly transitioning, working into the transition to have people go from the transitional back into the brick and mortar, not that it would automatically happen. So I was asking about the MOUs for that purpose. I'm not so sure. That's it for now.
Mrs. Berenberg?
So there are a couple other things that I wanted to kind of make a comment about. Punishments for students. So I specifically asked, had we had any write-ups? Have we had any students punished over this? And Dr. Moore, thank you for following up with that and giving me the information that I needed. Again, with stuff like this, it's a case-by-case basis. You can't blanket and say all teachers are doing this. What we need are specific examples. For example, a parent that came last time and is here this time has made a comment that all kids have to wear masks outside PE. Well, I do know that that's happening in your school. I do know that not PE, sorry, recess. I do know it's happening in particular teacher, in particular classrooms. I have brought that to Dr. Moore's attention, okay? When I get a specific name or specific situation as a board member, my job is to call the superintendent and say, I got a call, here's what the problem is, please take care of it, and please get back to me with what happened. And that's exactly what he did with the situation I brought forward, okay? You might not have known I've done that for you, but I did. But my point is, you can't come here and yell that it's happening everywhere, because I'm going to tell you it's not. We have teachers doing great things out there. Yes. And we have teachers that are teaching despite all this and despite the chaos around us. And they're affected by this meeting. I'm sure they're watching this meeting. I'm sure they're affected by the parents that are coming in and telling them how horrible they are because they want masks on kids. They're also affected by the parents that are coming in and saying, I want everybody masked. So it's like they're caught in the middle too. Yes. And like I said before, this is kind of a negotiated point. This isn't something we can just do right now. Do we think we need to move to that? Yes. The other thing I'm concerned about, obviously, and it's been brought up a couple of times, is the mental health on kids. We don't know. No one knows what this is going to do to our kids. We don't know what it's going to be for our kids to have only masks on people, We don't know the repercussions from this. And it is scary what's going to happen or could happen, because our kids are only going to know masks on adults. And, I'm worried about kids with speech problems. And you might say, well, we've got those special masks for those adults that teach them speech. Well, how about all day long when they're looking at lips of teachers? They've got to be able to see that. So maybe that's why I asked for a panel of people, because one of the suggestions from somebody in another district was when they came through and they noticed that, they said, you need to get those type of masks for everybody, not just the teachers that are teaching speech. So my point is, it's helpful for me to know that there are other people that have other ideas that are coming in going, oh, I didn't think of that. You know, that's great. I'm glad that they're mentioning that. Here's the other thing. When you're saying, okay, let's take masks off the kids tomorrow, well, teachers have rights too. And they may say, you know what, I'm done with this, I'm going to walk out, or they may take time off that they have coming, or they may decide that, you know, because of my health, I did come here thinking that if kids were socially distanced or had masks on, I'd be safe, and now I don't feel that way, so I'm going to decide that I'm going to take a leave of absence. And they have that right to do that. We can't mandate that they come tomorrow and teach. So I'm worried about the repercussions of what could happen if we do that quickly, of teachers not wanting to come to teach. Am I saying that they're more important than kids? No. The kids are the most important thing here. But unless they have a teacher in front of them, they're not going to get an education. So we have to think about the teachers here. You can't just think about the kids. We have them, they're our employees. We have to think about them. And we have to think about the fact that we have to do this carefully. We can't just do it quickly because then we're going to have other problems happen. And like I said, with one variable, I can't answer your question. It's our business meeting, sorry. With the one variable that I was talking about, if we, from this data, we know we got to get kids back into brick and mortar. So let's get the kids back, and let's make sure that what we put in place is being followed first, and then let's start moving towards demasking and getting back to some sort of normalcy. That's the way I'd like to see it happen. You can't do this quickly, because I'm going to tell you, you might say, well, this is our decision, yes, 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 but when I called the DOE and asked specifically about this, I was told we have to follow the guidelines from the health department. That's what I was told, okay? I'm telling you what I was told. I'm not telling you what I'm saying. I'm telling you what I was told. When I look at all the different things that have been given to us, the Cleveland Clinic saying wear masks, American Academy of Pediatrics recommends masks, CDC recommends masks, County Commission ordinance says masks on people that can't be socially distanced, the State Department of Health, and I called the Surgeon General's office, I called that office, and he's a licensed medical professional, and he said masks. The Department of Ed recommends masks. So all these people are saying masks, but we're better than that, we know better. So my point is this, do I think kids should be masked? No, I do not. But do I think we should be doing this very quickly and suddenly? No, we can't. We're going to have a worse situation on our hands if we do that. And if you know anything about changing a variable, you don't want to throw in several variables at once. You just don't, because then all of a sudden we'll be having to send all kids home from one school, because that's what the health department, we may make that decision, but the health department might come in and say, you know what, you didn't socially distance, you don't have masks on, we're going to quarantine the whole school. And they have done it. They have done it in other counties.
May I ask Mrs. Ehrenberg a question?
Go ahead.
Oh, and one other thing I want to say, in Dr. Moore's defense, he has followed through with specific issues when I bring them up. And his action on school board policies might be questioned, but when I bring up specific problems, he says, you're right, that is a school board policy, it needs to be followed through. I get that he's frustrated. I'm frustrated, you're frustrated, we're all frustrated. I get that. But I think interrupting each other is not good. Letting each other speak. You might not agree with what we say, what each other says, but I think we all have the right to say it. And if I do my homework and you do your homework and we all find this information out and I say something that I want to see done, don't shake your head back and forth and say, no, I don't have that right. I do have that right to say that. I do have that right. I'm done.
Mrs. Justice and then Dr. Schiff.
Okay, thank you. So, Mrs. Berenborg, I agree with the whole variable discussion, but we're talking about a series of changing variables over a period of time, with students coming back from transitional to brick and mortar, and then more students eventually coming back to transitional, and then are we adding more variables? Then when do the variables stop? I agree with many things that my fellow board members have said. I have a lot of respect for Dr. Schiff, for my fellow board members. We may not always agree on things, but I do agree fundamentally with a lot of what's been said. It doesn't change the fact that under statute in the Florida Constitution, it says that as a Florida parent, you have the right to make healthcare decisions for your minor child, unless otherwise prohibited by law. There is no law besides the reopening plan, which is not law, it's school board policy that we submitted to the DOE that we're able to submit a change to. I asked what that process would be. We can go ahead and implement whatever change we'd like, and then we need to go to the DOE and get their blessing on that, I've been told by the school board attorney. I asked when it would take effect, if we made a change to our masking. The other right you have as a Florida parent is the right to make medical decisions to address any needs of your minor child. This is a matter between you, your minor child, and a competent healthcare professional chosen by you. That means, Dr. Moore, that you can't convene doctors of your choosing or even my choosing to make decisions for other people's children regarding anything related to their health in this way. So that, in essence, we'd have to have every parent who has a concern bring their pediatrician that they choose to review their child's environment and daily schedule. The Florida Constitution and statute gives parents these rights. It is not our place to take them away. And as a school board member and elected official, I want no part of it.
Dr. Schiff?
Yeah. So Mrs. Barenborg and I have served on this board together for almost 2 years now, and we don't always agree. But I want to say, Mrs. Barenborg, I agree with 95% of everything you just said. I think it's sound, I think it's rational, I think you've done your homework, and I think the way that you're presenting that we don't make decisions impulsively or impetuously and how we do that, I think is spot on. So I completely agree with that. And with minor exception, completely agree with how you would go about making some of these decisions and would support that. To Dr. Moore being accused of being angry, I actually don't hear anger. I hear passion and commitment. I hear commitment to the job he was hired to do, defense of the people he is hired to support. And to me, there is a fundamental difference between being angry and being committed and being passionate. And that's what I hear coming from you right now. And is everything perfect? Of course it's not. This is, we've said this ongoingly, this is an unprecedented circumstances where we're all just trying to figure out how to do the best we possibly can in untenable circumstances. To making medical decisions. It has never been the board or the district's policy to make medical decisions for parents. At any point, parents have been able to get medical documentation saying that their kids, for whatever reason, can't wear masks. We've always, that's in the policy, that if there's medical, I believe it is. If I'm wrong, please correct me. But as I understand it, because I've had this conversation with Dr. Moore, so Dr. Moore, correct me if I'm wrong, that if there is medical documentation that a student cannot wear a mask, we honor that. Am I incorrect in that?
Through the chair, as in the opening plan, if there is exemptions, and we've honored those exemptions, and we have.
We've honored those exemptions.
We have.
And I would, from this conversation, I'm hearing that that the evidence for that is that we've had one mask complaint so far, correct? Where we, I'm sorry, directly to the district. We've had one complaint of the 71 to the school district person who's required to handle that, correct? So clearly there are other concerns, and we've heard those in emails, we've heard those in public comments of what's been documented in the district of students that have been disciplined for not wearing masks, or of complaints that have been formally recognized by the district. Am I correct there?
Through the chair, as I said when I proffered the plan for approval, I do not believe in discipline for the mask. And it has been an opportunity really to problem solve and inform students regarding why we have the masks in place. We developed a code so we could monitor these kinds of things that we're all frustrated about. And there have been 15 incidents in which that code has been entered, 11 on the bus and 4 within schools. So as we look at the data and problem solve what information is being written, whether it be by a teacher or by anyone who submits that information, we have it to follow up. And the intent is to ensure that there is no discipline as a result, but informing and educating regarding why we have made the decision at the opening of schools within this plan to do the masks when social distancing is impossible.
Is it also true, I heard Mrs. Berenborg reference, and I know I brought issues to you, that when a board member has brought a specific complaint to you from a parent about an issue on a campus, that you've been following up on that?
Through the chair, the answer is yes. And it is any email that I receive will be responded to, will be followed up on. It is ensuring that the implementation is being consistent. And are there opportunities across schools where things aren't happening that I'm not aware of or the district team is not aware of? Yes, yes. And you're right, not anger. I don't think anger, I don't have an angry bone in my body. I just don't. But heart-filled in terms of passion and purpose in terms of doing this work, and want to validate and credit the effort that's taking place.
Is that it?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Okay, I'm ready to offer what I agree, what I want, what I desire, my final decisions here. I'm on page 31, and I'm going to go through these bullets, and then I'm going to end with what I like, what I want, what I don't want, and then I don't know.
Could
You all would
could we have
agree,
31?
they are actually
Can we
in.
put it up or something so we can all see what you're talking about?
Absolutely. They actually,
'Cause
what
I don't
my
have it right
thoughts
here.
align with, anyway, y'all will see it. 'Cause
Thank
I-
you, because
it's
you said page
9:25, I think
31,
it's
and
time.
I'm scrambling to find it.
That's okay, it's the last page. The very last page in the packet that he gave us.
Well, I'm not in my email, so I have to go in.
You're talking about the recommendations and next steps page?
Recommendations based on survey feedback. Because these are the recommendations that were provided for us, and this is what I believe Dr. Moore is looking for direction on.
I don't know if I'm doing that or not.
Can we get clarification getting exactly what he's looking for direction on right now?
That's what we're doing.
On
That's
his
exactly what we're
recommendations.
doing.
It was the last page.
Last page.
Go back.
Oh, who's doing that? Board members, can we take a 5-minute break while they're trying to fix this?
I'm not touching it.
All right. Let's take a 5-minute break and come back at 9:31. back to order. We are actually, we began this meeting at 5 p.m. this afternoon. It's a special business meeting in reference to Phase 2 opening, or Phase 2 how would we say that? It's not reopening, but of our plan on how we're going to move forward over the next 9 weeks. So Mrs. Rosario had the floor. We are discussing now page 31.
31, and I have it up as requested, and there it is.
Okay, so the recommendation, Dr. Moore, the recommendations that you brought to us, I'd like to offer.
We can't hear you, Jackie. Can't hear you.
Is it on? So, Dr. Moore, based on the recommendations that you've brought to us, I'd like to offer my thoughts on them. With regard to the first bullet, in order to reduce the numbers of students in remote learning, I don't really need to read all of them, do I? No. I think that we certainly should keep that. I think that the first and the second bullet go without saying, that we're going to try to our best to bring students who are in the transitional model and possibly the virtual model into brick and mortar. The third bullet, I do not believe that we should implement this third bullet. The students currently enrolled in option 2 virtual. I think your recommendation was to create a hybrid instructional model to provide the option for these students to receive transitional classes in the core area. I would just prefer that we keep what we have instead of creating another model. Try to get these students to come into the brick and mortar and focus that attention into improving our virtual instructional strategies. While they're already in the virtual, let's do whatever we can to improve the academics areas in there rather than creating another hybrid. 1, 2, 3. The fourth bullet, I'm totally okay with the fourth, the fifth, the sixth, the 7th, and the 8th. So I'm good with all of those. The 9th, increase opportunities for breaks for face coverings throughout the day. That, I think, what we should do, I mean, yes, we absolutely need that, but what we need to do is to strictly enforce the opening school plan that we already have in place. Rather than creating another plan, we already have it, strictly enforce it, strictly re-implement whatever it is that needs to be re-emphasized so that school building principals and assistant principals and teachers and district leaders follow that to the T until we are done with it. And then the last one, establish a team of health professionals. I'm not in support of establishing this team. I will not support that, that recommendation. I will, however, ask for a gradual move, as I mentioned earlier, an ease-off mask plan to establish for us to go from where we are now, making it highly recommended, and then move into an optional, and then move into no mask. That will be able to give teachers and parents who don't want a mask the opportunity to go optional, and then we will ease ourselves into, God willing, based on the COVID numbers by that time. I don't know what that plan would look like, the timeline of that, but I'd like to see you provide us with, you know, a timeline of this easing off. That's something that several board members have mentioned. I will be in support of that. One of the things Mrs. Barenborg mentioned was kind of meeting half in the middle, you know, and I think that that would be a nice suggestion for us to get there in the middle, on both sides compromise.
So those are my suggestions to your recommendations. It is 9:39. I look forward to hearing everybody else's.
All right. We'll go with Dr. Schiff, your
Yeah, two
recommendations.
things. I don't disagree with most of what Mrs. Rosario said. I'm curious, though, on the last one, what's the basis, what's the criteria that you would propose for moving forward towards optional and then no masks? If it's not health professionals and educators, what criteria would you propose using to make that transition?
We have what we already have, CDC. What would be the criteria that we're using now to get students from virtual and transitional back into brick and mortar? We have parents. We already have the numbers from CDC. We already have the numbers from whatever we need from the health department. We have us, who are elected officials, to make that decision.
So what we have is what we have is an opening plan and board policy that says that masks are mandatory when social distancing is not possible. That's
Right.
what's in our current policy.
Right.
And so the decisions are made based on that policy. If we're going to ask people if we're going to change the policy, then that affects how people make their decisions. If you're saying you don't want to have a team of health professionals and educators, and some people mention parents, but you want to move from mandatory to optional to no masks, what's the criteria? If the CDC says masks and social distancing, if the number, is it rates, is it CDC criteria, is it health professional criteria, what's the criteria that you
I think it would
propose
be a
using?
little bit of all of those, and that's why I said I would leave it up to Dr. Moore to present it to us so that we could look at the plan that he provides for us as we ease out, and then we'll take it from there.
So where would Dr. Moore get that information then?
Ask him.
Well, he's proposing to get it from health
From
professionals
all
and
of the above.
educators.
He'll get it from all of the above, I suppose, correct?
Through the chair, just in listening to it, I think I would consult with everyone. Listen there. I think I would, in workshop, bring an initial plan for feedback from the board, so it can be crafted and modified. Developing a gradual move away, that's how I wrote it down. I'm fine with creating, but I would seek the review of experts on what the criteria should be, how would be phased out, what we would be looking at. So there would be opportunities for me to connect, pull that information together, bring it back to the board in workshop to create what this plan would be.
And, hold on, I'm not done. I want to follow up. The other thing I'm not clear about is our progress to and our quarter two by the school calendar ended on quarter one ends October 9th. So parents made decisions based on dates of October 9th, which we're now extending till October 26th. So can you say a little bit more about how that's working and why and how that affects our school calendar? Can you speak to that? Yeah,
Okay.
you.
Sorry.
Not anybody else.
Through the chair, there's a couple different variables there. First, FTE week is the week of the 12th through the 16th. That is when the state captures kids where districts freeze files, for lack of a better way of saying it, in order to claim funding for students, only be for students enrolled in that particular week. Would begin to survey families based on the information that was shared here. We are looking right now to begin a conversation and dialogue to seek expertise on phasing out masks. We can only tell our families what the truth is. That is what we're looking to do. Based on that reality, make your decisions. I still think, based on just feedback from principals, we're still going to get a good number. Maybe not the number that I would have hoped for, but I am confident we're still going to get a good number of students back. And it's important to note the number of students back fixes a lot of the problems that Ms. Justice referenced regarding scheduling and offerings of above and beyond content and curriculum. Getting those students back is key. I think we'll get that number back based on what we're describing here. then there would be, over the course of that week, the 19th through the 23rd, in some schools, we could create and communicate to parents a phased-in approach. And when I say a phased-in approach, there are certain schools in our district, as you look at the numbers, they're extremely small. Their class size is 7 and 8, 9, 10, and 11. They can take those students on day one. There are other schools in which we're going to have to work with principals and connect principals together to free up teachers and shift assignments to minimize teachers teaching dual modalities, as well as assigning students to what their new teachers would be. And we're very comfortable, and we've really grown that skill over the course of the last several weeks. So between the 23rd and no later than the 26th, we'd have everyone back in their modality.
And so I've taken some calls this week, and there are some parents who are concerned that they organize their lives around a presumption of when the first quarter was going to end, and they're concerned about having to delay that a couple of weeks for their students. Will we be able to address, if a parent has a specific and individual pressing need, will we be able to address that and take care of that with that
So
parent?
through the chair, I think we've taken about 4 of those calls as well, and hoping to get that information out tomorrow. I continue to get myself in trouble by, working each and every single individual problem to find the solution that's best for that particular parent. So understanding that scenario, we would have to look. The answer can't be yes all of the time, but dependent upon the school in which the child is, it could be a very, very easy fix, and in some ways be a little bit more complex to figure out when we can get that child back.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to say that a student with an IEP and EP or a 504 isn't receiving an education that's above and beyond what a parent should expect. They're receiving, or should be receiving, the education that that we are mandated to provide to a student. So just some clarification on that. I'm not really hearing any solid plan as to when we phase away from masking. I continue to have questions unanswered regarding the social and emotional development of students, or delayed development of students because of masking in our schools. I'm asking about parental rights. I'm not hearing any answer back about parental rights. And so I'm really uncomfortable right now as a parent. I believe that masks should be optional for our students. And I believe that this community has the right to have this school board make the decision as to whether or not that's the case. I'm one board member. I can have an opinion all day long. But my one opinion means nothing without the consensus of this board. But other entities that are responsible for this decision have made decisions on it, and I'm concerned with, I'm going to use a term I shouldn't, but this CYA, let's start a committee, let's have a survey, let's push this off, let's wait for this, let's wait for that. The bottom line is we are not protecting parental rights. I feel like it's an overreach, and I'm not sure how to rectify that. Can you speak to that, Dr. Moore?
Through the chair, let me go back to your first question that you've now asked 3 times, and you're right. I think you deserve an answer, and it's not the most research-based answer that I can have, but I'm equally concerned regarding the impact of children with masks, without masks, going to school in the midst of a pandemic. And I think it is something that we've been very intentional in addressing, whether it be the Acclimate and Accelerate initiative. But those are initial responses, and I think there could be long-rooted issues, both because of masks and both because of just the new systems and structures and the lack of I don't want to say facial expressions, connections is probably the best way of saying it. So I acknowledge that there is what that impact is. I acknowledge that there is an impact, and that we need to be vigilant in creating opportunities to minimize that impact for kids. My most concern would be the long-term impacts. In terms of parental rights, as a father, by no means am I ever trying to create an opportunity for this board to violate their parental rights. Each and every single one of you are outstanding parents who really found yourself on this board to maximize opportunities for all kids. So I do not want to put you or any other board member in a situation where we're violating parental rights. I hear the points that you raise from an operational standpoint and implementation initiative. I do have concerns that we need to not CYA, but take our time to implement, build a level of understanding to move towards what could be a mask optional environment. And I think, if the goal is to get there, we have to plan it out correctly. And very, very truthful, this plan was created with a great deal of intentionality, a great deal of training, a great deal of implementation. And in some areas, we're still trying to get this particular plan right. And I acknowledge that, and there are opportunities to improve that. So as a student of reflection and learning, there would be opportunities to create a plan to minimize some of the offsets or modifications or things that fell short as we implement a new plan.
So my question is, I'm hearing this idea of the masks being optional or parental rights being a new thing that we talk about. To be fair, this is something you and I have been having conversations about since the end of last year. This concern is not new. Parents have always had rights, and I think it's about time we start paying attention to that. I've spoken before about the fact that I think that teachers have had a tremendous amount of advocacy. And I know Ms. Freeland and I have spoken about that. The Florida Education Association was very, very strong in supporting individual districts as we went through this reopening plan. And I've been continually impressed by the way we have all chosen to work together to move forward. Parents have been left out of the mix a bit. And I think what we're hearing and seeing is parents being concerned about the continued encroachment on their parental rights. And as I stated before, this does not stop with masks. There are thousands of tests being shipped out to districts around the state, and individual districts are going to have to make a decision as to whether or not they are going to allow schools to test their children for coronavirus. In the news, all over the news, we will have a vaccine coming forward. I'm aware of a case where a teacher did say to a student that they would have to have the vaccine in order to be able to return back to a classroom. It's concerning. I want to give the district time to work out the reopening plan. I really do. It's not a reopening plan. What I said at the last workshop was we need an action plan. We've reopened. We're open. Whether students are choosing to come back into schools or whether they're learning at home, we are open for business. So now's the time for a new action plan, and I asked for that. For me, I don't necessarily want to take a vote right now to make masks optional because I think we're pitting board members against each other, and I don't believe that's what's best for this district or this board. And I'm hearing the superintendent, who we pay a lot of money, giving a recommendation saying making masks optional is going to make my job harder, and I'm concerned that we need to get kids back into classrooms. But we need an action plan, and I think to Dr. Schiff's point, it needs to be very clearly articulated. Because this conversation, I will not be here in another month. I'll be gone. I'll be watching the meeting at home as a mom. But the truth is that this conversation isn't going to stop. Parents are always going to have rights, and we're always going to have to respect those rights. So on October 13th, I'm going to be calling for a vote on masks if it is not clearly articulated by the district as to what the action plan is to make masks optional. There needs to be clear guidance and we need to be clear and honest with our parents. And if the answer is we have no idea when we're going to make masks optional, we're going to take a vote, we're going to see where the cards fall, and then if parents choose to sue the district, take their kids out of school, whatever it is they choose to do, well then so be it. But the decision ultimately lies with the board members, not with the superintendent, not with staff, not with the health department, not with a committee. We don't need another committee. It lies with us. So tonight, I'm going to say that I'm going to wait on a vote, and I'm going to give you time. And I know, Mara, that makes you uncomfortable. I've heard you say, and I agree with you, parents are unsure what to do because they don't know what's going to happen in the future in their decision-making. So how do we rectify that? How are we honest with our parents? How do we respect their parental rights? And how do we still do right by kids in our schools, all children?
Mrs. Zor.
Are you done?
Yes, thank you.
A couple things. First of all, I want to clear up, it was not a committee, because a committee is when the board decides what members to bring on a committee, and there's a process for a committee. That's not what I asked about doing. It's a team of advisors for the superintendent to make decisions, okay? He can decide whoever it is he wants to get as his advisors. That's up to him. But I actually gave him some names of people that I felt would be really good because they were people that actually wanted to remove masks, but want to find the best way to do it. And to me, that's all I'm asking for, is we got to do this the best way. Yes, there needs to be a plan. That's exactly what I was stating with that. As far as your hybrid model question, I'm curious about that because the virtual, what you're saying with virtual is that's not our teachers teaching, correct?
Through the chair, yes, and the virtual model, it is our teachers who provide that support, yes.
Okay, but are they doing it the same way as the transitional?
No, transitional is a classroom environment through Teams.
Right, and how is the virtual being the platform
Virtual
for that?
is the platform-driven process, so the modules provided through the platform, students guide themselves through the process, teachers reach out, provide that support, meet with them on a weekly basis regarding where they are, where they're struggling to problem solve.
And so that's the one you're asking for a hybrid model because you're seeing that the reading and the math for the virtual kids is not happening correctly? Is that?
Through the chair,
That's what
I
you
think
want?
the intent would be to meet with families individually to determine, is it brick and mortar? Is that the appropriate option? Are there opportunities in the virtual, which we're currently doing now, to fix or to improve or to adjust what's taking place to help the child find success in that particular model? But there are students, even within that particular model, that we want at a worst case scenario, push them into what would be you can have the best of both worlds, for lack of a better way of saying it, be in the virtual for your core, your electives where you're finding success, but if you're struggling and you need that direct instruction in those reading or math classes, then we would be able to provide that. So just that one particular course. So that's what I meant by the hybrid approach.
So in other words, trying to differentiate somehow.
Well, it is looking at it from a perspective, if a family is just absolutely not going to budge to return to the brick and mortar experience based on the scenarios or the reality of that particular home, we want to continue to reduce the transitional as best we can. We want to close the transitional because it frees up teachers for brick and mortar. So it's dependent upon, everything has to begin to reduce those numbers. But as we pull it down, and we can't get that student to find success or support that student in a way in which we were comfortable with, then that would be an alternative to offer to that particular parent.
So case-by-case basis, then you can do?
Case by case, with the goal is doing it as little as possible, just to be honest, but having that flexibility or that option when we can't convince the parent what we're doing in our school is safe and secure regarding our health and safety measures.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. And then we can afford to do that?
Right now, based on the number of teachers that we have on accommodations, we're very comfortable that we can, obviously we can afford it because we're doing it now, but we can do it much more efficiently and effectively and reduce some of the burdens in terms of multiple assignments and multiple modalities. And that would be one of the things that we'd hope to accomplish.
Okay, because I do know, the parents are questioning, and so are the teachers. I'm hearing from a lot of teachers that are saying, this is also up in the air, this transitional, we were told it was this date, now it's this date, now it's this date, and, you know, and because of a board meeting, it became this date and this date, and there is a frustration about a moving date.
Through the chair, I agree. And that's why I scheduled this special board meeting, to get to a deep understanding as to what we would be able to inform our community so they can make the selection so we can move forward. So I sympathize with the parents and their lack of, you know, or their frustration saying, you know, you push the dates back, we push the dates back because, you know, parents weren't willing to make a selection, although they wanted to make a selection.
So the date then that you had before was before October 26th, right? It was the end of the nine weeks. So now we're looking at going back to October 26th.
Through the chair, in the initial presentation that was provided on the 22nd, the implementation date was the 19th. So it's
Right.
actually pushed back the one week. And the only asterisk that I would include on that is having the time to plan and prepare for classrooms, as I said, in certain schools where the numbers are already low. It would be a straight walk-in scenario. And we can say in these particular schools, we can begin transition on the week of the 19th, and then give everyone during that previous week the date in which you would be transitioning back. But there are a lot of moving parts based on the variables which are students returning.
So one of the concerns I had heard from a parent was that they like the teacher that is teaching them transitionally right now. However, I understand that a teacher that's teaching transitionally might be teaching kids from several different schools or a few different schools. And so when they go back into brick and mortar, they're obviously not going to be able to have that teacher because they might be at a different school, correct? And that promise wasn't made, is that correct?
Through the chair, what we said is we would do our best to match teachers when they return, but we could not make any guarantees. And there would be opportunities, and we'll look at that. That's one of the variables. If at an elementary school, a transitional teacher has 60% of kids from one school and the other, that teacher may have returned that 60% of their children at their particular school and the other 40%. In the secondary schools, it is much easier to fix because those students are all assigned to teachers in their particular schools, and the majority are teaching in open sections. So the whole class would be a virtual class. So third period is my virtual class. So the majority of kids in that would come back into that particular section, and the rest would be dispersed over the course of that particular teacher's schedule. And that therein lies the complexity of in some ways, rebuilding master schedule. So if we get 1,000 kids to come back, there is a great deal of logistics to figure out, although we feel comfortable that we can do it based on doing it over the last 6 and 7 weeks.
Yeah, and to Dr. Schiff's point and to Mrs. Rosario's point, and when she's saying we want to move towards an ease-off plan, which is what I want a plan in place to ease off masks, not to do it, rip off the Band-Aid and do it overnight. However, how will you make that decision on how to ease off masks, like Dr. Schiff is saying, if you don't have, you know, the opportunity to listen to somebody that's going to give you advice?
He is going to.
Through the chair, I would be negligent not to seek input from other individuals in the creation of what that plan would be, and then bring that plan back to the board. And what I would communicate to the community is we're going to begin the process of exploring when and how we would create a flow of work and a timeline to go to a mask optional policy. So when you're going back into the school, you would know that would be something that we would begin to explore, and you'd have to be okay with that and making that particular selection. And it will impact numbers. You know, there will be families who stay in those particular environments. I still think we'll be able to get a nice number back. I know how the desire so many parents have to get back to school.
Okay. Is that it? Okay. So I'm establish a team. When I think of establishing a team to implement this plan to full maximum benefit, I'm thinking establish a team that can go into each classroom, ensure that the space within those classrooms are being maximized to 6 feet apart.
That's exactly what I was referring to.
That's the team
Yes.
I want. I don't see where it needs to be a professional health advisor. I mean, educators, they know the spaces, and they, I don't have any problems with that because they know the surroundings. But when I think of a team being established to implement the plan, I think of that team that's going to go in with that tape and maximize the space so that when our kids are in the classroom, they can actually take their mask off. So that's the type of team that I would want to see.
Exactly.
And that's the type of information I would want brought back to me. It's just, okay, we did have this issue, but here's how we addressed it.
Mrs. York, I have a question. The CDC just came out yesterday and said that 6 feet isn't enough, that COVID can stay in the air for extended periods. I'm just being honest with you. So when you establish a team of health professionals, they're going to cite and say, well, the CDC admitted the coronavirus can travel further than 6 feet in poorly ventilated spaces. So now are we doing air quality checks in each classroom? What I'm saying is that there's confirmation bias. You can find what information you want to support whatever position you have. The bottom line is we are not adhering to what the Florida Constitution and statute says regarding parental rights.
Can I finish?
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry.
Thank you. So, I mean, information's going to be changing. I think that, you might disagree, but I think the benefit of having the mask on while you're going down the hallway and in the transitional areas is you don't know if a child does contract COVID, then you don't know actually, who they've been exposed to without the mask. But if they are in the classroom and child at seat number 15 contracts it, you know who's in that area. And so for me, it's very important to make sure that we're maximizing the space in our rooms, that we're 6 feet apart. And where I get a little reservation with all the kids coming back, are we going to be setting up the plan so that, it's not going to work. It's
right.
If we're trying to bring in 75% of our virtual kids back to the campus, right?
Not 75%.
It's not gonna work on social distancing. So we're back to the same issue of
masks can never come off.
masks. So my question is, how are we gonna utilize every single space on that campus so that we can give those mask relief while the child is in the classroom? If they're in transition, that can be my compromise. On the bus, that can be my compromise. But when they're sitting there trying to learn, I can't. That's where I'm not. I think we could do a better job. So, so when we're talking about number 11, which is the establishment of the advisory, I don't really see the need of a professional advisory. We just need a space advisory team. Provides additional professional development on strategies for increased breaks for face coverings during school. There are going to be those very rare situations that I'm hoping we get to that point, very rare situations that they might be in a situation that they can't social distance. And this is my compromise, is that absolutely, because I'm seeing how it's not being applied consistently. Everybody, it's kind of, this person has their rules, that person, because I don't think, from our part, I don't think we've implemented that correctly.
Mrs. Orr?
I want to go on up here to, I do like the idea of the virtual combined with the hybrid. At this point, because we don't have our plan in place on how we're gonna, I mean, I'm sure we have quite a few parents that aren't sending their kids back because of the mask, just as much as we have that's vice versa. So, you know, I don't want to take away the virtual option because we still need to give those parents and those students an option. But I do think what you said is something I've seen is our core subjects definitely offering the hybrid. I think that's very smart, Dr. Moore. And then one other area, in order to reduce numbers of students in remote learning options, to continue to encourage families to return back to brick and mortar campuses with the current health and safety measures in place, I'd like to flip that and say, you know, based on parents having the experience and their children having the experience of brick and mortar, we need to be very transparent to those parents if it's not working, brick and mortar, because of the mask issue, that you also have the option to put your child back or place them in transition is something that I'm going to take advantage of, because until we get the plan put in place the way it should be, I can't send my child back to school with the way it is until it's put in place. So I want to make sure that our parents, that our children that are having issues with these masks also know they have the same right to transition to another option. So I like Jackie's idea on the timeline to phase out the mask. I think that's a very good idea. I think we need to be doing, and we do have the capability of, and I can't recall the name of the survey, but the social emotional, we had some surveys that we did last year, is actually survey our students on how they're feeling, social and emotional, with the mask. I mean, we surveyed the parents,
I
we
think it's a
surveyed
great
the
idea.
teachers. I would like us to utilize that platform so that we can survey our students to see how they're feeling. So I do agree on that. Something that has not been answered is, you know, with the health department. The health department does not need the name of our students. They can have what seat number they're in, class 5, seat 15, and then we maintain the names of those students. They have no business having the name of our students. And that, for me personally, that needs to change immediately, because that, it just, Suzanne, legally, oh, well, I'm not going to ask you that.
You should ask her.
If parents have not given permission to give their information over to a third party, FERPA, is that a violation?
On the information that you've just provided, no, there is no violation of the federal law. Under FERPA, there are many, many opportunities for an educational institution to share student information without the consent of a parent or guardian. One of those exceptions is a health safety exception, and if specific information regarding a student is needed by a third party to address a possible health situation, then the school district would be well within the federal guidelines in sharing just the information needed by that third party agency in order to address the health situation.
So the health situation in this case, but if there isn't a health issue with the individual that the information's being given out,
No.
I mean, because you have the individual that needs to be, that's tested with COVID, but just because those other kids were sitting around that child, that doesn't mean they have a health issue.
And that would play into whether the health department needs to do some sort of contact tracing with regard to the individual who tested positive. They need to make an analysis if others need to be quarantined or tested for COVID-19. That would go into that analysis. But on the question of whether the district has a regulatory ability to share specific student information with an outside agency without parental consent, the answer is if the health safety exception applies, then the district would be within its abilities to share just that amount of information needed for the health and safety issue to be addressed.
Okay, so I'm glad to hear it's not a FERPA violation because we could be in a lot of trouble. But I was guaranteed that we weren't going to be giving out identifiable information to a third party. I do not support giving that information out to the health department. They can have student, in fifth period, seat number 5 on the seating chart, and then it goes back to the school to look at that name. But I do not, I'm going to tell you right now, if I need to send a form or whatever I need to send, my child better not be on any list going over to the health department.
I have a question. I'm not disagreeing with you, but I have a clarifying question here. If student A is a possible COVID student, okay? Your student, your son or your daughter is student B. They sit right next to each other. Student A obviously needs to get quarantined. It gets reported to the health department. Contact tracing has to happen with that child. Are you then suggesting that the school district do that contact tracing? Because as it stands now, it's my understanding that the health department does the contact tracing. If the health department does the contact tracing, then they would indeed need to know that your son was right next to student A, right? So just for the purpose of figuring out what the policy or the practice would be, if that is the case, then the health department needs to have that information, and according to what Mrs. DeAgresta is saying, we would be well in our rights in doing that. However, if the school district is going to do the contact tracing, then your son's name would not need to be given to the health department. So I think we need clarification on what is in our legal right and then what we are actually doing. Am I right, Dr. Moore?
The health department can do
Or
the
wrong.
contract tracing all they want, but it was my understanding that there's a seating chart, and every teacher knows exactly where that child's sitting. That child should be given, you're in row 1, you're in seat 5 in row 1, and then that goes back to the school to know who's exactly sitting in that seat. It does not need to be going over to another government agency, then has them in that database. No.
No, I hear you. I'm not disagreeing with you. But what I'm asking is for clarifying information as to who you would prefer in the case that your son's name is not being given to the health department. You're relying on the school to call you then to tell you your son was exposed. Is that what I'm just for clarification, you're expecting the school to call you and tell you your son has been exposed and that the that the health department does not get your son's name. Is that correct?
The school, the principal and staff at the school calls the parents.
That's what I just said.
And they let them know, but it's because the seating chart that gets sent over to the health department has your child's name on it.
Okay.
And then they send that list to the school to notify those parents
Okay.
of these students' names.
I hear you.
Through the chair,
Dr.
we-
Moore, may I just ask one follow-up before you, is that okay? Mrs. Diagresta, is there some kind of guideline that we have to follow with regard to contact tracing? Do we have to release exposed children's names to the health department? Do we have an option to not do that?
Mrs. Rosario, if the health department is attempting to investigate a quarantine, and they ask for specific information in furtherance of their investigation, we're supposed to cooperate with that agency with regard to that investigation. I can't speak to what they are asking, what the health department is asking of the school district. I can't speak to who is physically conducting the contact tracing. It appears that communities do it a little differently. Each one does it a little differently based on their local health department.
Go ahead. You wanna-
Through the chair, the process that we're using, and Mr. Bass can correct me if I'm off mark here. The health department conducts the contact tracing. We have collected the information in a very quick way, the seating charts that you're referencing. So when we do the initial review, when the health department arrives, we're trying to facilitate the information. We're trying to verify that we're giving the information to them as it relates to who needs to quarantine. The authority to quarantine is the health department. I think the question at hand is, after they review that information, a identified individual who is quarantining is monitored, am I right, by the health department. And the question that Ms. Zork is asking, do we, although we're legally able to provide that information, or do we have to provide that information? And that is the answer in which I need to provide the board.
I'm sorry, you can or can't?
That's the information I need to provide the board.
Okay. Because,
She's willing to provide it right now.
oh, did you have a follow-up?
And my answer to the question is, if the health department requests the information, then the district needs to provide it. If the health department is looking at a quarantine situation, the health department, both the local health department and the state health department, have jurisdiction with regard to quarantine.
But, Mrs. Diagresta, I'm not saying that they don't have, I'm not saying for them to not identify in the area who to quarantine, but it seems like an overreach of government to say that it's mandated that a parent has to allow their child's information go to a party. It's not like they're law enforcement. So who gives them, I don't quite get how a health department has that much control over the rights of parents.
The health department has jurisdiction with regard to health issues. And if that involves someone who needs to be ordered to be quarantined, then the health department has jurisdiction over that.
May I follow up? So just to be clear, I think a lot of good things have come out of COVID, honestly. One of the things has been really, where does authority lie amongst government organizations? Because in New York right now, the mayor and the governor are having a real disagreement about who gets to make the rules. So when you say the health department has jurisdiction about quarantining, what does that mean exactly? If they tell someone to quarantine and that person doesn't do it, it's my understanding the governor just said,
that you're not allowed to penalize anyone for not following any COVID-19 mandates anywhere. So what does that mean exactly, that the health department has jurisdiction? What is that jurisdiction? What authority do they actually have? Because, you know, I think that hedge language empowers localities to make decisions, but, you know, when possible, if possible, creates a lot of confusion. So as a board member with the power to move that we make masks optional in our schools, what authority does the health department actually have? Because when Mrs. Hawker was here, she actually stated the fact that they can make recommendations, but they have no authority. So can you explain that, what their jurisdiction is?
I'm sorry. The only thing I can really give you is the statute that governs public health emergencies, and it provides...
Just wait. Shh. I want to hear what she has to say. It's important, please, please.
And it provides the jurisdiction of the health department with regard to public health emergencies.
And I would agree with you, except for the fact that we're not under a state of public health emergency. The governor made that very, very clear. So we've got a little problem, Suzanne. Are we under currently in the state of Florida a health emergency, an emergency mandate, a health emergency? Are we in a state of emergency because of a health concern?
I'm not sure I understand the phrasing that you're using.
I'm not sure how many different ways I can say it. What's the right way?
The Florida health officer who makes these decisions for the state of Florida has issued a public health advisory that, yes, we are still operating under.
An advisory is different.
And the Florida Department of Health has also issued a public health advisory. So that's what we are under. So the answer to your question is yes, actually, we are operating under a state of emergency right now from the health department.
Well, and as an elected official, I think I question what an advisory means. There was a thing it said.
I mean, I don't.
It might rain later, you might want to bring an umbrella. That's advice. You can follow it, you cannot follow it, but we are not being mandated.
What time is it?
The health department, that's my misunderstanding. Dr. Moore, honestly, can you answer that for parents? What role does the health department play in dictating your decision-making for students in this district?
Through the chair, I think the best way to answer the question is I know we were providing the information because the students were quarantined and they were to follow up. Now, am I obligated to provide the question? Or, it's 10:30. Am I obligated to provide the information? The way I understood it walking into this room, because they are the ones conducting the quarantine and monitoring a individual, whether it is a student or not a student who is quarantined, that is why the information was being shared. The question that I don't have, and to be very honest with you, if we don't have to provide the information, we could monitor the kids after the fact. If Suzanne is saying we're obligated to provide it under this particular statute, we're in line. If we're continuing to do it, that's the question I need to answer.
There are, again, a lot of unanswered questions, but the authority for the decision-making, I'm tired of elected officials shirking responsibility for decisions that lie within them to make. If you are elected to make a decision, well, my goodness, then make it. Be the one to make it. And I don't think we've done that. I really don't. We supported a reopening plan. You know, I've spoken enough about this tonight. We supported a reopening plan. We've seen that there are some problems with it. We need an action plan that's going to show us really clearly how we're going to ensure parental rights. I asked to speak about this a couple meetings ago. We didn't have the opportunity to do that. It's extremely important. It's only going to increase in importance going forward. And, you know, we need to have the right answers. And legally, we need to be in the right here.
I agree.
Suzanne, or Mrs. D'Agresta, so who could we get clarification? Would it be the Attorney General that could get us clarification on state of emergency, not state of emergency? Can we deny giving that identifiable information to the health department because we're not under the criteria. How can we find that?
If you want to know whether we're under a state of emergency or not?
Well, based on how you were reading, they have the ability to get that information based on if it's a health state of emergency. And like Mrs. Justice brought up, we're not under a state of emergency anymore, so I don't really see where the health department has the authority under these conditions. So how can we get an opinion from the state on that?
We could certainly request the Florida Attorney General's office to issue an opinion as to whether or not there is a state of an emergency, which would allow the health department to access information about quarantining individuals.
But that takes a while.
Yeah, no. I think it's more than that. I'm not really concerned about the health department. I mean, the name thing is very concerning to me for a lot of different reasons. But I think just in general, we need an opinion about who has the actual authority to make decisions. Because everybody wants to push it off on this person or push it off, even board members. I mean, it's nice to be able to say, well, it's the district doing it, you know. I mean, we hear it all the time. I heard a million excuses the other day about why a student's EP was not being served because of COVID. Enough excuses. We have a job to do. That job hasn't changed. The situation around it has changed. But going forward, having a clear understanding of who holds the authority to make these decisions is important. Because the next thing that happens is the health department comes in and says, well, there's a vaccine. Give that. The next thing that happens is there's thousands of tests in our schools. Well, we want you to test kids immediately. Well, why wouldn't we do that? Because if they don't have COVID, they can go right back to class. But wait a second. We don't have the right to test children for medical issues at schools. And that's important. And I think it's time that people start speaking up for parents and kids. So at the next meeting, I will be bringing a vote to make masks optional because I don't really feel I have a choice.
Okay, so if we could follow up on trying to find out, I can work with you trying to find out more information on that. And if you find out any, please let us all know. And I know it's late, but this is an important meeting and we don't meet that often. So is CARES money available? Because this is a new need. If we get to a point that if we need to have reduced size classrooms, which means we have to hire additional teachers to reduce the size of the classrooms so that we can maintain the social distancing, does CARES money cover that? Because it's a new need.
Through the chair, the amount of money that we would need to have social distancing in every classroom, even with the current number of students that we have, would far exceed what we have, what CARES has provided.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is based on the size of the classrooms now with the number of students, social distancing is not going to be possible.
Through the chair, it's not possible in all classrooms now with the number of students that we currently have. In some classrooms, yes. In schools that have high % of students returned, as we reviewed, the answer is no. There's not 6 feet, there's 4 feet, there's 3 feet. In some cases, it's very similar to a traditional classroom, which is why they have the masks on, because social distancing in that space is not available.
So when you know better, do better. If we know now that social distancing is impossible in our schools, then our original reopening plan wasn't fair, because we promised parents something that we couldn't deliver on. And those parents need to have the option to choose whether or not to mask their child.
So I am concerned because of that. So that tells me no matter how well we try to implement this and no matter how many team experts we have trying to help us social distance, it's still, this plan's still not gonna work. On trying to, when social distancing is possible, but it was my understanding that when they were in the classroom, they were gonna be social distanced.
Through the chair, and all the communications and all the Facebooks live, when social distancing and very transparent, we will not be able to provide social distancing in all classrooms.
And I mean, I appreciate your honesty. Even if it's something I don't like hearing, I appreciate the honesty.
Then for me, going forward, if we do our very best in trying to maintain social distancing in the classroom, and try to do our very best, but if we do have classrooms that can't social distance, then I totally agree, those masks should be optional. So that will be my position if it's brought back.
Oh, I'm bringing it back. I've already asked last Tuesday to put it on the agenda, and, you know, this special board meeting was necessary, and I'm so glad you did it, and I know it's a hard conversation, and I know these are difficult issues, but we have to discuss them openly and honestly and be fair to all parties. And I really appreciate your courage in doing that. You know, I know we butt heads sometimes as a board and district staff, but, you know, it's doing the best work we can to be as honest as possible.
I'm done. Any further comments? Nope.
Nope.
All right. It's your wrap up.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and just to echo what Ms. Justice said, this is difficult, complex conversation because folks are on multiple sides of the issue. So thank all the board members for their honest feedback, their willingness to engage in the conversation. I have a lot of work that lies in front of me to create what would be an action plan based on the information that was shared today. I think I have some clearly defined marching orders to begin the process of returning students to brick and mortar if that is their leisure, while at the same time beginning the creation of a plan, and looking forward to bringing that plan back. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, we're going to adjourn at 10:36.